patriots around the world uniting. Qschqql, bringing the sauce through studying their daily Q codes. Q drops, deltas, Q roots. Where we go on, we go all. Q patriots and friends, we are bring down the cabal. Sail on, sing it proud, Q worldwide. Where we go on, we go all. Niggas like coke, practice up like Qschqql. Bring the nearly rap fire, news Q soft. News unlocks the map, but with Qschqql patriots, trust the chief plan. He's school worldwide, Qschqql patriots. Remember, we go on, we go all.
Hello, friends. Hello. We're back for more. The sun is shining. We got the mirror reflection down there. Beautiful image MelzieKaye got for us. For today's episode, the trap is set, or trap set. That's my brother Tim17 had that title for us today. We're back for some more action. Tim's going to be connecting us over on Telegram. We got YouTube going live. We got X, Instagram, Facebook, and of course our Rumble channel, the main hub where you can find all of our recordings. Hammer time, rapid fire, Q news. Here we are back for more. Coming back at you. There's our beautiful boy Matthew Q in the house. Matthew Q 94, baby. White hat.
Try to give him the top view here. Yeah, I didn't put some shorts on. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, we're just launching here today. How you doing today, Kyle? Prayers up, Melzie, obviously. Prayers up, everybody. Yeah.
Melzie's not going to be with us today again, so y'all send the love and prayers out there for her and her beautiful pooch, the family as well. So I don't know if we're going to give too many announcements without. Let her kind of, if she wanted to come on, or we'll just leave it as is. So again, just keep your prayers out there for our beautiful MelzieKaye. I messaged Jay Rosemary. It's usually kind of early for him, but if he maybe comes in later, wants to pop in, and can. But otherwise, it'll be the boys again today.
So you know who's popping in though? You know who's popping in today, right?
Who's that?
The boss and Cash Patel.
Yeah, and Cash Patel is definitely popping in on Qschqql for sure. We're gonna have that. We're definitely gonna have that. So as that rate trickles in. So yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for the comments already rolling in. Prayers for Mel, Brittany. Hello, Lisa. Good to see you. Lisa was late yesterday. She's right on top of the horn today. Yeah, send our live out wherever y'all seen it from, like you normally do. I think people are already sending it out on X. You guys are super fast with that. Susan Calloway, shout out to you again. She's always on top of that, posting our live stream. Soul Spark, Jedi Knickknack in the house already reposting a live stream. Thank you, Jedi. She's been kind of busy traveling around, so she might be more involved with us in the chat today. Like she always is. Pretty impressive, though. We do always enjoy when she's able to make it and hang out with us. And people all pouring in on Instagram as well, too. So thank you, guys. Thank you. Let's see. I am CV. I'm McVeigh. McVeigh 1955 gmail.com. I don't know some of these names here, but thank you, guys. Welcome. Qschqql. We're going to bring the news to y'all, do some Q drops, do those kinds of things, and see where she goes. So we got some updates from the boss. I think we're going to play a little X22 report to get started, let y'all get connected up on the latest news, all kinds of stuff happening. I don't know, Tim, if you've been watching that guy, that Russian envoy guy. He's posting more crazy stuff out there. He's actually going to be bringing JFK files. Did you see that?
No, but we'll bring that up today. If you got it, we'll bring that up definitely.
Man, that says they're going to release the JFK files to tell us who really killed JFK. That's Russia is going to be doing that. And it's the guy that's been dropping the Q drops. That's the special envoy to Russia. So we'll see how that pans out. I just saw that as I was waking up. So we'll see what happens, man. It's going to be exciting. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, we got breaking news from John Solomon this morning for you, too. We also have an incoming indictment on John Bolton sometime possibly today. So maybe during Qschqql, we'll have that breaking news for you. Plus the big announcement, obviously, is Cash Patel. The head of the FBI is sitting down with DJT at the White House this afternoon around 3:00. So we'll be tuning in live to that. So
okay, lovely indeed.
Oh, yeah. Plus we got 14 deltas if we ever get a chance to get to them today.
We're doing some Q drops today. I think we're definitely gonna do some Q drops that'll help us.
Yeah, we dropped the ball. We dropped the ball yesterday. We didn't have a lot of Q drops yesterday, but it was an important news yesterday. So.
That was different. I got muted and wiped off the map for a second. So I had a little miniature blackout. I don't know if it came up on your end. It maybe froze on your end. That one time Melzie went blackout on us.
My main computer, I just want to throw it out the fucking window right now. I'm telling you, it's just freezing up. I tried to do the Qschqql TV thing again. It lasted maybe a day and a half, and then it just
it might just be too much data. I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot to be streaming all that stuff. So we'll see how she goes. But
All I
All right.
want for Christmas is a new computer, brother. That's it.
Okay, there you go. There, you don't ask for much. We don't ask for much. Speaking of which,
Nope.
I was talking about the little time jumps and all these weird things. I wore the white shirt. I usually wear it on White Hat Wednesday. I thought yesterday was Wednesday, so y'all can check the tapes. I got the white shirt on, and it was not Wednesday. I guess it is today now. So I'm out of sorts as well. And I lost my favorite black sweatshirt, the Puma one. I left it at the football field. But cool little story. It was at this high school, and I'm sure somebody got it. Maybe went lost and found, and someone was like, well, somebody probably got it if it's lost and found. I was like, I was just super happy for them because it's kind of a lower income school as well too. So hopefully somebody got a nice Puma sweatshirt. I got a lot of miles out of it. I used to always lose my sweatshirts everywhere, and I don't have too much stuff. I don't need a whole lot in my life, but so maybe I'll go get myself a new one here in the next few days, but because it is getting colder too. But anyways, it's cool to like go through that whole journey where some people are like, oh gosh, I lost this, or I'm actually like happy that somebody gets to have my Puma sweatshirt, and hopefully they like it and have a good time with it. So that's really cool. That just brings more abundance in your life. That's not why I'm doing it. I'm genuinely like happy. I don't worry about losing things, because if you let something go, it makes room for something even better to come in. So, and that's all just material stuff. I've lost all that stuff many times in my life, and you realize what's important in life. So anyways, just wanted to add that little tidbit. Kind of cool. Hopefully somebody's got that Puma sweatshirt out. I was probably going to wear that today, but I got the black shirt on still, so we're rocking and rolling. And yeah, we're gonna have some fun today. So you ready for X22, Tim?
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah, I'm still kicking my computer here. Everybody over on Qschqql right now is not getting alive, but I'll keep
come watch on Rumble or an X. Then tell us to come on over Rumble, X, or even YouTube. I think the channel Mel has is still Qschqql over on YouTube, by the way.
Yeah.
So
we'll figure it out. I'll get them going. They're waiting patiently. They have their bowls of popcorn. They're ready to go.
All right, we'll jump into X22, and I'm sure they'll be able to join us shortly here.
Yeah, so good 20 minutes worth. We got about 20 minutes of Dave, and yeah, setting the trap. He explains it really well. It's a great time to be alive, folks.
All right, here we go. X22, which by again, we're over on Rumble here. Here's our X22. Go ahead and give them a follow. X22 report. Oh, they made it to 800,000 followers. Congratulations. I think they're at 799 or something, maybe even less than that a while back. So when we showed them, so at 800,000 followers now. This is Rumble, just like a YouTube alternative, rumble.com. Again, you want to find our main channel wherever you're watching from. Put in Hammer Time. And you see this big long one, Hammer Time, Rapid Fire Q News. That's our main channel. You know it's us because Hammer Time, Rapid Fire Q News with the Q military patch. And our numbers keep going up every single day. So thank you guys for helping us grow. I think that's going to go up faster and faster as we keep going. More people find out. They'll find out what's going on. Oh, look at that, 17 in there, by the way. So, yeah, here's all of our previous recordings. There's Hammer Time, Rapid Fire Q News. We, of course, show Hate on Music quite a bit. We show And We Know. There's some other of our friends that we love. And We Know right there. I guess it went away. Way to go. And We Know, there it is. That's what the logo looks like. He's at almost 500,000. So he's going to be at 500,000 soon. X22 was at 800,000. Hate on Music page. We've showed him. We started off a lot of our shows with him as well, too. So anyways, we're going to go to X22. And then, maybe I messed up my timestamp because I had it ready for the 34-minute mark.
Interesting.
There it
is. That where you?
Okay, here we go. You ready, Tim? He's ready. He ready.
We could see that Ukraine is using drones and hitting Russia. Russia then is hitting back and hitting Ukraine. Now, Ukraine is hitting the power in Russia, different electrical plants and things like that. Russia returns fire and hits their electrical stations and hospitals. And you have to remember, they set up their soldiers in the hospitals. This is their bases, just like Hamas was doing. And now Zelensky's out there saying, look, Russia now is hitting all these different areas. We need the Tomahawk missiles. So it looks like they're doing this on purpose to try to convince Trump that they need the Tomahawk missiles because Russia is bombing Ukraine and hitting hospitals, hitting the power structure. Winter is approaching. And I do believe this is why Ukraine attacked the power structures of Russia, because they knew they would retaliate and hit Ukraine's power structure. But I think Douglas McGregor explains it and sums it all up. Ukraine is headed for collapse if things do not change. And Glenn Dyson says, Europe cannot sustain the proxy war against Russia on its own. The United States is selling weapons it doesn't have to Europe, which can't afford them, in order to arm Ukraine, which lacks the manpower to use them. Absolutely. So basically, we're are we at right now? It's a no-win situation. The war is done. Ukraine cannot win this. And the people in Ukraine, 75% of Ukrainians want Zelensky out of office after the war. Now you understand why Zelensky doesn't want the war to end. Plus, NATO, Europe, the deep state players, they do not want the war to end. And it looks like John Bolton said something very, very interesting. John Bolton on Trump envoy Steve Witkoff, he knows nothing about Russia. He knows nothing about Ukraine. He knows nothing about Iran. He knows nothing about nuclear weapons. What could go wrong? Is he trying to tell us something? I do believe he is. DEFCON warning system says Russia warns U.S. Tomahawk missiles sent to Ukraine could be mistaken for nuclear weapons, raising the risk of escalation. I wonder where all of this is headed. Very, very interesting. So let's see how this all plays out. But I do believe that the deep state players, they're going to try to push World War III. They know they can't do it in the Middle East. They might try to use North Korea because, remember, North Korea has been assisting Russia. So let's see how this all plays out. But I do believe they will try some type of false flag, and they'll try to bring us to war. Now, remember, I do believe Trump, he has back channels, just like Melania had back channels to Putin. So I do believe Trump has been in contact. And the only way to mitigate this entire push for war is to make sure that you're in constant contact with the leader of the other country. So this way they can shut it down. Even though the outside forces, the deep state players, are trying to start it, they can say, we're not going to war, which means they can turn on the deep state players and actually expose what they're trying to do, almost like in the movie Sum of All Fears, which is very, very interesting. And you can see that every step of the way, Obama, who's orchestrating all of this, and yes, Soros is above him, it looks like he is very frustrated right now because things are not going the way they thought it was supposed to go. Wall Street Maverick put this out and said, Obama is really frustrated that Trump completely obliterated his work as president, and Obama now has to watch the world realize what a real president can accomplish. Everyone on the planet is realizing just how pathetic Obama and Biden were. And when you look at Obama, he looks weak, he looks small, he looks old. It looks like Trump, every step of the way, looks like he's destroying him. And there is no escape from all of this. And that reminds me of post 894, March 9, 2018. Remember when the picture was on there where it had Trump pointing to Obama? It says, when I'm done, it'll be like you were never even here. And then we have a picture of the Punisher, which means they're feeling pain every step of the way. And down below it says, when we're done, he'll claim Kenya's citizenship as a way to escape. Now, we know that Obama, he's involved in Antifa and everything else. And what's very interesting is Data Republican explains how he is involved. Barack Obama's early Marxist activities tied to modern Antifa backing Alliance for Global Justice. In college, Barack Obama helped co-found a local chapter of CISPES, Committee in Solidarity with the People of El Salvador, a U.S. group that supported the FMLN, a Marxist guerrilla front fighting the U.S.-backed Salvadorian government. CISPES often worked alongside the Nicaraguan network, which championed the Sandinista revolution for Nicaragua. U.S. intelligence later confirmed that the Sandinistas supplied El Salvador rebels with weapons and training. As the Solidarity scene matured, 1985, Nicaragua Network and Detroit CISPES merged. CACS, Central American Solidarity Committee. In 1993, CASC and MICA, MICAH, merged to OSCA, Organization in Solidarity with Central America. In 1998, former Nicaragua Network activists incorporate the Alliance for Global Justice, AFGJ, folding their network inside as a project. Today, AFGJ still operates as a left-wing umbrella group, the same lineage that began in 1980s solidarity campaigns. So yes, the activist ecosystem that once rallied for Marxist guerrillas in Central America evolved, merged, and rebranded, and figures like Obama and later Bill Ayers both trace lines back into the same network. So yes, he was always part of this. And you can see the deep state players, everything that Trump is doing right now, they are panicking. And think about it. Since Trump has peace in the Middle East, and he will soon have peace in Ukraine with Russia, it's going to be very, very difficult for the deep state players to call Trump a fascist and Hitler. Actually, if you really look at it, Trump is countering everything that they're trying to do. Clandestine put this out and said, Trump just ended the war in Gaza, and how did the left respond? They're planning a nationwide anti-Trump No Kings protest this weekend, and all the people who have been screaming Free Palestine will now be protesting the guy who just freed Palestine. Really think about it. And you could see that Antifa right now, they're getting supplies and they are setting up encampments. Andy No put this out and said, Portland, Nick Shirley captured the moment of a huge shipment of a far-left Antifa encampment occupation supplies were unloaded near the ICE facility. They have so much riot gear and supplies that they're moving it into a nearby storage rental. And actually, this was actually caught on video where they are moving everything into a storage facility. So that's strange. Who's paying them? Where are they getting the supplies? Who's organizing all this? This is just not naturally occurring. And once again, they are now found out. Again, Antifa does exist, even though the deep state players are trying to convince us there's no such thing as Antifa. I think everyone sees it now. Again, with social media, everyone is seeing past these ridiculous protests. They're seeing beyond that and watching the riots occur in front of the ICE facilities. But what's very interesting is that Sue Elena put this out and said, Zoran Mamdani's Democratic Socialist Party just published its concern that he won't be able to deliver all those promised freebies and the DSA will suffer from backlash. DSA admits those promises were made when they thought it was unlikely he would become mayor. So what is DSA? Well, Andy No explains. The DSA is the closest thing to a semi-official political arm of Antifa. DSA will go in an official capacity to Antifa events, riots, and their members who are elected to a local office will share riot conspiracy tips. For example, Angelita Murillo, the Portland City Councilwoman, instructs rioters to fully cover their faces and eyes and use burner phones purchased with cash with auto-deleting messages on Signal to plan conspiracies. Think about that for a second. So this is organized, and local government is actually assisting Antifa in all of this. Think about when the insurgency begins. You're going to have Antifa and local government pushing the insurrection. That's why Trump is positioning the National Guard, not just for the insurrection, but I do believe for the midterms to catch the deep state players in the act and trying to rig the election in all these different areas and to protect those people that want to go to the polls. Now, the other thing that we could see is that Letitia James, soon Adam Schiff and John Bolton, of course, James Comey. Well, it looks like Letitia James, she's in hot water, as we know. Again, it's an open and shut case, and the individuals that are living in her home, they are fugitives. Mike Ben says, Letitia James' felon fugitive nieces living in her mortgage fraud home, wanted for grand larceny, burglary, and abuse of child, while Letitia is a prosecutor who should have been prosecuting herself and evidently her whole family. So both of her nieces, Kyla Hairston and Nikia Thompson, they are fugitives and they're living in her homes. I mean, this just gets worse and worse as time goes on. And I think this is going to be brought out into the open as time goes on during her trial. And this will be very, very interesting as people find this out. Again, these are open and shut cases. I do believe what Trump is doing right now, he's testing the judiciary. Are they going to follow the rule of law? This is not a difficult case. It's not that difficult to say, hey, you lied on the form. It's almost like when you look at Hunter Biden and he lied on his background check form where it says, have you been using drugs? Well, everyone knows he's been on drugs. So he lied on the form. So It's almost the same exact thing. They're lawyers. They know exactly what the form says, and they lied on the form. It's an open and shut case. Let's see how this all plays out. This is going to be very, very interesting. Now, the other thing that's interesting is that Dan Scavino, he put out a post on X, and he's referring to Rapid Response 47. And Rapid Response 47 said in the past 24 hours, as the hostages were freed in a peace deal he brokered, President Trump flew to Israel, spoke to the press, met with Israeli leaders, spoke to the press, met with families of the hostages, delivered an hour-long speech to the Knesset, did an interview, flew to Egypt, met with the Egyptian president, spoke to the press, took photos and chatted individually with dozens of world leaders, signed the historic Gaza peace deal, delivered another speech, met privately with world leaders, flew back to the U.S. So think about it. He did all of these things. And then Dan Scavino says, 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, about 2.5 hours left till we land back in the United States. And he's up in his office on Air Force One reading. Lisa May responds and says, 12 a.m. She points to post 1200. And down below it says bait. It says, amazing. They literally opening the door for you to drop all the information as evidence in a court of law. They fall for it every single time. How do you legally introduce evidence? And that's exactly what is happening right now. But you can see the deep state players, they're trying to divide.
Tim, you were trying to find that Q post
cash,
yesterday.
And those individuals in the DOJ like Todd
That's
Blanche,
right. That's the one.
They're continually putting out these fake articles trying to say that they don't like each other, they're against each other, and it turns out it's all fake, phony, and false. Todd Blanche says, hey, FBI Director Cash, the failing New York Times says we don't like each other. Guess we'll have to stop hanging out after work. Those dummies, virtually every part of their reporting is exaggerated or fabricated per usual. If it wasn't for the Wordle, nobody would subscribe. New York Times responded and said, the Times article is based on conversation with 7 current and former administrative officials with direct knowledge of the working relationships inside the Justice Department. We're confident in our reporting. Dan Bongino responds and says, I have direct knowledge and can state with certainty that your story is trash. So Dr. Lucien Wolf says, 7 officials with direct knowledge, the same phrase used in Operation Mockingbird D-Class 1742. When intelligence agencies leak, they don't name sources. They seed patterns. 7 voices equals 1 handler group. Cross-reference that with the DOJ's internal clearance chain, and you'll find only one intersection, the CIN node, the Confidential Informant Network, still under private contract since 2019. Translation, the article wasn't reported. It was triggered. A controlled info drop meant to redirect attention from a classified internal audit inside Main Justice. Dan isn't denying gossip. He's signaling that the leak came from inside the gray zone. The Times didn't talk to officials. They talked to ghosts that still have badges. Think about what is happening right now. And you can see that the New York Times, well, they don't have the real information. And this whole system is set up. And I think it's being exposed right now. Dan Bongino put this out and said, wars ending, peace plans piling up, criminals being locked up by the thousands, corrupt politicians and bureaucrats feeling the weight of Lady Justice, streets getting cleaned up, border secure, proud to be a small part of T-47. God bless America and all those who defend her. I guess Bongino's still not leaving. I guess all those stories, once again, are wrong. See, all these different types of information that they're putting out, that Todd Blanche and Kash Patel and Bongino, they're all fighting or leaving. This is to divide.
Remember that Q drop you showed yesterday with the chart?
Yes, you're going to see certain individuals,
FBI officials to the media.
Yeah,
might have seemed like they were MAGA.
That's it.
But again, they were sleepers. And then all of a sudden, they're turning out to be something
in
completely
sync.
different. You're even starting to see certain MAGA politicians that are now not on board with President Trump. And I think every step of the way, as we go down this path, you're going to see a lot more of them. And I think the board is becoming more and more clear for Trump to make
comes the
a
trap,
decision of
guys.
who
Pay
he's going
attention.
to actually endorse as we approach the midterms. Sometimes you need to give these people a little bit of time, and sometimes money infiltrates them and they get obsessed with the money and then they turn. Now, they might not be taking money from outside sources. They might be getting internal contracts to help their businesses. And then all of a sudden the money starts pouring in and they don't want it to stop. And where certain individuals might say, listen, we might need to look at deportation because we don't want to get rid of certain individuals in the construction business because it might hurt the construction business. Whenever you hear someone specifically say something about an industry, you need to look at that person and you need to say, wait a minute, do they have involvement? How do they make so much money in a short period of time? Are they getting government contracts? Something has changed. And I think we're going to find out as time goes on that we're going to see a lot more of these people that go against President Trump. But let's see how this all plays out. This is going to be very, very interesting. Now, as we know, the government is still shut down. And I do believe Trump knew that the deep state players, I think he drove them down this path and actually set them up because he wants to hit the 61 days. And remember, the longest shutdown was under President Trump for 35 days. So is it that big of a stretch that we could hit 61 days? If we hit 61 days, all those people that he's getting rid of, all the agencies that he's closing down, it's permanent. You think he's doing this on purpose? Absolutely. And actually, every step of the way, he's kind of setting up the deep state players. Because again, why interfere with an enemy while they're in the process of destroying themselves? Bad Hombre put this out and said, Democrats are threatening to sue Trump if he diverts unused DOD research funds to pay the military if the shutdown isn't resolved before October 15th. Please do this. We sued to block military pay is exactly what you want to run on in 2026. Really think about this for a second. Can you imagine if this actually happens, where they sue and say, look, Trump diverted money because he wanted to pay the military? Remember, I do believe the agenda of the deep state players, of the Ds, is to stop the payments to the military, to ICE, to the National Guard. So this way, they're hoping that these people leave their positions so they don't deport and follow their mission, especially when they start the riots. So this is not going to work out the way they think it's going to work out. And Trump has already let everyone know that he might even have a private donor that might donate money to pay for the military, which is actually going to screw up the entire Democratic Party. And Speaker Johnson, and the Blaze put this out, lists the insane Democrat demands to end the government shutdown. Now, remember what we said in the very, very beginning. Trump moved forward with Doge so people would understand what programs the Ds were sending the money to and how they were laundering the money. So this is what Mike Johnson says: $24.6 million to climate resilience in Honduras, $13.4 million to civic engagement in Zimbabwe, $3.9 million to LGBTQ plus democracy grants in the Balkans, $2.9 million to desert locust reduction in Africa, $2 million to organizing for feminist Democrat principles in Africa. Now everyone saw what happened when Doge came in. Now they're seeing the same exact thing. Does everyone understand? I do believe so. And Mike Johnson said he thinks the government shutdown could be the longest ever shutdown in recorded history. And remember, right now the longest shutdown is 35 days. And this tracks with what I think Trump and the Patriots actually want. They want them to go the full 61 days because every step of the way, what are they doing? They're destroying, I'm talking about the Ds, they're destroying themselves. Because as more and more evidence comes out of why they're keeping the government shut down, it's not working for them. It's working against them. And it looks like Kalishi is saying that the U.S. government shutdown is now forecasted to last more than 35 days. So it looks like we're heading in that direction. And Trump, he let us know that there are very wealthy gentlemen offering to pay the U.S. troops salaries if funding runs out during the government shutdown. So that is going to be very, very interesting. And actually, this puts the deep state players in a very, very difficult position. But I do believe Trump knew exactly what they were planning to do. He knew the playbook, and he's using this against them. Yes. Will it make the economy a little bumpy? Yes. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says this might hurt the economy a little bit, but you have to remember, sometimes you have to do these things to put certain pieces into place. And you need to do certain things so you can remove the deep state actors from the agencies and remove the agencies. Because in the long run, when the government opens up again, the agencies and all those people that were employed, they're no longer there, which means he just shut down the deep state players. He just drained the swamp. And I do believe the economy will spring right back to where it was. And think about it, every step of the way where the deep state players are trying to make sure that the military, NGO, the National Guard, the ICE facilities, they're trying to make sure that they're not funded. Trump is making sure that they're funding. So it's all working against the deep state players. Plus, think about the optics in regards to the Democratic Party. It is actually destroying them. I think in the end, if they keep this up as we approach the midterms, no one is really going to vote for them. And this is why I do believe the deep state players are going to try to do something before the midterms, probably in the summer
Red
or the
tsunami,
fall leading
red
up to the
tsunami,
midterms.
let's
Because once
go.
again,
Nothing
if you
good stop
can't
what's
treat-
coming.
if you don't have the people behind you, what's left? Riots, war, that is it. The only thing they have left is to try to stop the elections. Can they stop it? No, they can't. This is why Trump now is pre-positioning the National Guard. And he's going to do this in many, many other cities. And I do believe since the National Guard is in the position, they're also monitoring the elections, the early voting in all these areas, because this is how they cheat. I think Trump in the end is going to say the people must go to the polls if we're going to get a true election, and they must show ID as they go to the polls. This is going to screw the deep state players up, and this is where they're going to use the rioters. I do believe they're going to try to keep the people away from showing up in person. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see riots in the areas of where the election is taking place. And this is where the National Guard comes in. This is where Trump calls for an insurrection. And this is where he shuts down the whole thing very, very quickly. So in the end, Trump and the Patriots, they're pushing the deep state players down the path where they want them to go. And the deep state players are getting weaker and weaker and weaker. Soon, in the end, they will have no ammunition whatsoever. They'll have no leverage. And once we win the House and the Senate, it is game over for all of them. Why? Because the Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone. Thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be
Control. Thank you, X22 report.
Yeah, what a nice overview.
Summarizing it all. Always does such a great job. Thank you, all the amazing digital soldiers out there and Patriots. And, some people are excited too when we've been mentioning him out on Qschqql as well too. We've mentioned General Apex a few times. My Serbian friend May got some great reels. Excuse me, something went down my throat. General Pepe 2.0, the General's Pepe 17. I hope I got that name right. I know they were excited that we mentioned them as well too. So we're always shouting out our Patriots digital soldiers. So X22 report, and we know Haydon Music, Red Pill 78, all these different channels. The News Treason channel, they're usually live kind of around the same time as us. I don't know what days they're always on. Grasshopper, all those guys, amazing digital soldiers. We're all linked up, the biggest army in the history of the world, and nothing can stop what's coming. And we love y'all.
Yeah, well said, brother. Yeah. And I just like, again, back to Dave, X22 report. It makes me feel good about, like being on the side of truth and the Great Awakening and all the things that we're all doing together collectively. And if you look at it and the way he analyzes it is that this has been planned. It's military planning at its finest, obviously. And today's title, Trap Set, right? Trap Set. We set the trap. There's so many different traps. There's so many different ways you can take down the deep state. And we're seeing it unfold before our very eyes. And I just love the way he explains it in simple terms, because for a lot of new people that are coming towards us for information, the way he explains it and the way we try to pride ourselves on explaining it every day here in Qschqql is the same thing. Paint the picture, help them understand that the reason this is taking so long and why it's a little bumpy, the road's a little bumpy right now, is because, the swamp is deep and wide, right? So they have to set these traps in order to get them to walk into these traps in order to take them down. And it has to be done right. We have one chance, and it has to be done according to the law. Absolutely. And that's exactly what Trump administration 2.0 is doing, along with the military doing the heavy lifting. And the way I'm looking at it, I've been saying this almost every day on Qschqql, is that the more that they take down the deep state and cleanse, like clean the slate, the door opens up wider and wider for we the people to walk through it, to gain our power, our strength back, and that's leading towards the midterm elections. And magic will happen when we take the House and the Senate, but more importantly, when we take the majority in the House and the majority in the Senate. That's when it's full blown, turning the ship around, sending it in the right direction. All the new laws, new regulations, all the EOs are passed the laws, changing the Constitution, getting rid of all the weird stuff that they put in the Constitution over the many decades, that the deep state has been slithering and sliding through the blades of grass, and doing their thing, right? Trying to knock, like a cut by 1,000 pieces, they call it. So that's how we get our power back. That's how you get rid of all the corrupt judicial system, all those corrupt judges, the activists. They're not even judges. They're just activists. But you have to.
Not even lawyers, even. Can you believe that? You can be a freaking judge. You don't even have to be an actual lawyer. That's pretty mind-boggling to learn that. We learned that just a couple weeks ago. So.
Exactly. So that's why it's so important now for not only to stay on top of the news every day, but in order, if you're an American citizen, is now's the time for you to get involved in your election process in your local, wherever you live, whether it's a small little town, a county, a big city, it doesn't matter. Go find your reps and volunteer your time to get involved in that election. We're a little over 12 months away from the midterms, and that's going to change the entire direction of the United States of America for the next 250 years. And it'd be done by you, the people, we the people. So I'm excited. The next 12 months are going to be, it's going to fly by, Kyle, guaranteed. The way that
right?
Popping off right now.
I know. For sure. I was looking to maybe put a ticker on that. I can't do it. So we're just not going to have some of those things that Mel does so seamlessly for us. But anyways, yeah. So anyways, yeah, there it is right there. The destruction of the old guard right before your very eyes. I guess, that Qschqql, that's like a betting site. I guess I don't know if they're called betting or what it is. But they're allowed to kind of legally do that. I participated in the one. I don't know if it was Qschqql. It might have been that one, but it was 2020. The 2020 election was still up, and it was all this like Biden stuff, and it was like, it was like, anyways, we got taken because they let that election be stolen, and then 2024, the numbers were still great for like Trump to win every swing state, to also win the popular vote. I thought about like firing on there, but I was like, man, if something weird happens again, but. And I kind of would have to take some money out or whatever. So I just watched, but I'm sure a lot of conservatives made their money back from that one, and then liberals got wiped out when they made a killing in 2020 with that stolen ass election in there. But Qschqql is pretty interesting. What did he? Oh, now so they're again. That's if we're watching the Q drops and we're seeing the plan, you can probably make some good bets on there. Just FYI, and not to make any suggestions for anybody, but I think we're probably going to go to 61 days on that shutdown. We'll see how it plays out. So I definitely would be probably firing on the over on that 35, but that's also your collective. That's how betting sites work. They always want to try to get the money to the even side, right? So if all these people that means there's a lot of people think it's going to go longer than 35 days. Why would people be thinking that unless a lot of people are tapped into this information, the Anon's digital soldiers, and say, hey, this thing's probably going to go 61 days. So that's why it's now favored to go over 35 days on that betting site. So that's the collective is steering that, So it's gonna be interesting to watch that.
It really is. And then, it's really amazing to watch the Democrat Party self-destruct before our very eyes. I mean,
right before our very eyes.
We know they're Looney Tunes. We know they've gone way too far left, and they're a bunch of commies. Let's face it. They're full blown. They're the narcissists. They're the communists. They're everything that they project onto us is what they're guilty of doing.
Yep.
And what we're finding is that more and more people around the world, not only in the United States, but around the world, we can see through their bullshit. We can, it's so easy to see this right now. So we're watching their numbers plummet. We're watching mainstream media numbers plummet. We're watching all these new indictments coming out. Arrest 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's all boom, 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 all staged, all drip, 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 drip. And that's why I'm saying, like, when we get to the midterm elections on 11.3, no doubt, November 3rd of 2026, it just happened to be a 11.3, and in the Q drops, there's multiple meanings. it's really going to be it's going to be an amazing thing to watch the power of we the people come forefront and center. And there's really going to be no pushback. There won't be anybody left to push us back from taking back what's rightfully ours, which is our power, we the people. We control the government. The government doesn't control us. We're supposed to control our government. And that's in the original Constitution, the Bill of Rights. And I'm so excited for the American citizens and for the people around the world. As you can tell, I mean, yesterday and the day before, like Trump, getting peace throughout the Middle East. I mean, think about it. I mean, and here's the funny thing. We'll have to see how this plays out this weekend. These Looney Tunes are going out in all these different protests this weekend. On Saturday, they're doing the No Kings rally or protests or whatever. And these are the same people that were, waving the Palestinian flags.
Palestine. Yeah. Palestine's free now.
Yeah, now they're free. And what are they protesting on Saturday then? I mean, if they're already free, there's peace in the world. I mean, these people they're retarded.
Or paid too, right? A lot of them are paid insurrectionists, and then you got the other retards tagging along, and they always where was that one? I think I have that Q post, or not that Q post, but on X. I think I read it, but it's so good. Hopefully I have it up somewhere still.
Yeah, pull it up for sure. Yeah.
I think I have it as an image somewhere too, though. Let me see here.
And thanks everybody for joining us today. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Happy hump day to all of you guys, midweeker, all you workers out there. If you're at work listening to us,
yeah.
Loud,
I have at least one buddy that listens from work sometimes and stuff. So yeah. Obviously, most ideal if you could see the screen, but that's all right. You can still get plenty of information from the audio. We might not be able to follow everything, but if y'all keep listening, you'll keep absorbing it. You'll absorb it in.
Well, the other big thing too about the 61 days you were talking about, if it goes to 61 days, that's where they can ultimately bring down the big axe, and they could chop the heads off of all these bureaucratic.
Absolutely.
States. Yeah, and that's the key, right? You got to get rid of that bureaucratic system, all those three-letter H, aka the Chevron Act. Remember, we talked about that about a year now. It's gone by, I think, almost a year. But the Chevron stuff, right? And these are those NGOs, non-government organizations. They call themselves government organizations. We don't elect them; they elect themselves. They put all their snakes in. They embed all their snakes into these NGOs. They make their own laws, their own rules. And they work. What they do is they work around the original government, which is that's not the way the government was set up in the United States based on the Constitution. So it's so unconstitutional what they've done. And they do have their self power and stuff, and of course making all the rules and regulations. We need to get rid of them. That's a big part of the swamp. Once they're gone. And don't forget the taxpayers are funding it all, right? That's the sick part about this whole thing. We've talked about this before. Do you feel sick yet? That Q drop. Taxpayers have been funding every part of the enemy that we're trying to take down. And a lot of people are waking up to it. And a lot of people said, you know what? I'm not paying my taxes until this is all cleaned up. And it makes sense. Like, why would you want to keep funding the evil enemy that we're up against? It doesn't make any sense to do that once you learn and understand, what we've been up against, who we're up against, and how they robbed and raped pillaged your families, your parents, your grandparents, and great grandparents all along. This has been happening for 100 years.
A long time. Tell them, Tim. Absolutely. And you said that those NGOs is totally subverting the idea of the Constitution, right? The non-government assholes doing whatever they want, getting taxpayer funding with no oversight, hardly, just shipping money off to all their criminal friends. What were some of those things? X-22 report. I kind of stepped away. I heard some of it, something about desert locusts and stuff, like trying to control the desert locusts, like millions of dollars going to these programs. Like, what a joke, man. There's so much people in need. If you guys don't understand, this is what the shadow government is. This is what the destruction of America looks like. It's by siphoning our money and wealth from the people, putting it in rich, powerful assholes' hands, and then funding the destruction with all these other different invasions and stuff. It should be freaking obvious by now, but we'll help draw the map for you there. So, I found this one here with the No King Tim. So let me show this real quick here.
Oh, and we're live at the White House, too. So show that quickly, and then we'll go to Scott Besson's talking right now. They got live.
So go put us on the bottom here. So this is really good. So, let's see here. If I can zoom in. There we go. So this person made this little Morgan Merrick. I think that maybe, I don't know if that's Facebook or what that is. No kings, but put your mask on. No kings, but lock us down. No kings, but I'm firing you for not injecting yourself with this experimental gene therapy with not even being informed consent. No kings, but you can't go outside. No kings, but we don't accept your exemption. No kings, but you need 1,238 boosters. 12,000. No kings, but we're shutting your business down or fining you if people aren't wearing this bullshit mask that has no science behind it and has no informed consent. No kings, but you can't worship the real king. No kings, but your family members will die alone. No kings, but I'm opening a hotline so you can tattle on your neighbor, just like the freaking Nazis did. Congratulate yourself if you're one of those fucking Nazis. No kings, but mandates galore, which aren't legal. No kings, but you're responsible for my health. Yeah, I gotta love that one. My body, my choice, unless it's injecting yourself with experimental toxins, or I need you to get this experimental toxin to protect me from my bullshit. That's not how society works. If you're scared and you're a bitch, you stay at home. You can do that on your own time, but you don't tell other people in public how we live. That's not how America works. That's not how freedom works. Okay? No kings, but social distance at 6 feet apart. 6 feet apart. Of course, they just made that shit up one too. Interesting. 6 feet apart or 6 feet under. Sounds like they're subtly nudging you in a certain direction. No kings, but no family gatherings over 10 because, COVID comes out at night. If you got more than 10, 9's okay, but 10, oh, we can't have 10. We can't have 10. Hypocrisy is astounding. Who is actually the tyrant here? World Health Organization. Talk about no kings. Give me a break, man.
Yeah, it's so they're such hypocrites. They really are. But like I said, the whole world's watching. The whole world's waking up to it. Like we're done. We're up to here. We're up to our eyeballs with their bullshit, man. We're not going to go back there anymore. We're not going to take it.
We're not going to take it.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah.
Okay, so you said something's going on.
False alarm. No, it was just They were showing a recap of Scott Bessent talking about something there financial, but as soon as it comes on, I'll definitely bring it to you. If you want to go to Diggers, though, there is breaking news from this morning. John Solomon, you want to talk about, the deep state, and we're talking congressmen and women. When Red Pill Biden was in, so this is when Trump was out and Biden was in. John Solomon breaks. There was a breaking story this morning. He'll be talking about it at 6:00 on his show tonight on Real America's Voice. But if you go into Diggers, Cal, just scroll up a couple of posts. You'll see John Solomon with Steve Bannon on the War Room this morning. We'll play that clip. It's about 3 minutes. He'll explain it.
Okay, scrolling through all this other stuff you sent me. Looks like you got some good stuff I got to get caught up on. Mm-hmm. That's the FBI. That's a cool little cartoon thing with the car. So it's at the very bottom, though? Okay, yeah.
No. Well, the John Solomon one, you got to go about 3 or 4. Go above the Daily Deltas.
Okay, I see it with Bannon.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Listen to this, guys. It's crazy.
President Trump, but I just want to remind people, I don't talk about my case on the show. I've filed for cert to the Supreme Court, and one of the aspects I've argued all the way through is that this was not a the Constructions Committee was unlike anything they'd ever done in the history of the House. You didn't have a ranking member, and you didn't have minority counsel. And the reason that's important is that you get this is why the thing, we didn't get any of the witness tests. You couldn't cross-examine. You didn't get any the testimony beforehand. But if you had that, John, it'd have been impossible to do what they did because the minority counsel would have blocked it. They would have said that's impossible. Right. So this is the problem with having
certainly would have
Nancy
exposed
Pelosi
it in
run
real
it.
time,
And by the way,
yeah.
And Liz Cheney's out of Congress, Kissinger's out of, they're all out. They're all exposed. They don't have the debate clause right now to protect them. Am I correct on that?
That's really important. Let me just walk you through a quick timeline. So the committee gets up and running in 2022. They go out and get this massive dragnet of phone records, 30 million. You don't need 30 million phone calls to figure out what was going on January 6th. What were they doing? They were mapping the MAGA movement with every piece of data they could. It was basically creating an enemies list. That's what the J6 committee was doing in this project. And think about the scope and scale of what they've now done. 30 million lines of phone records trying to figure out everybody who talked to the Trump White House. 92 groups, including Charlie Kirk's TPUSA and everybody else in the conservative movement. 8 members of Congress in the Senate, 1 member of the Congress in the House. They were mapping an enemies list. This was an investigation purportedly to solve what happened at the Capitol that instead was trying to figure out who are the movers and shakers in the MAGA movement that we can stop in 2024. Now, that plot gets stopped by the American people in December 2022 because Americans choose Republicans, Republicans come in, the Democrats get thrown out of the House. A year later, when Adam Kinzinger is no longer a member of the committee, he's no longer a member of the House, he no longer has protection of the speech and debate clause, he's calling up the FBI and trying to give them these records, which, by the way, the FBI would never have been able to get this large a swath of records. It's just too broad a request, right? There wouldn't be a legitimate investigative need for that many records. He's trying to say, hey, I don't know, but let's just get them to you guys. He's making that call in December of 2023, 4 years after most of the cases have already been brought in January 6th. Why is he doing that? He's not doing it for some legislative purpose. He's not doing it for some criminal purpose, because J6 is mostly solved by that point. He's doing it to try to give the FBI one more piece of weaponry to stop Donald Trump from winning the presidency in 24. That's what is so concerning. It's a civil liberties violation that then gets politically weaponized by offering it to the FBI.
John Solomon, your story's up on Just the News. Where can people go to get the show, podcast, all your information? Because this is exploding even as
we got more coming. We got an interview today with Kash
Airburst.
Patel. Yeah, we got an interview with Kash Patel today. We're going to ask him about this. It'll be
Oh,
on 6
baby,
o'clock.
let's
I'm
go,
lucky enough
John.
every day to follow you on Real America's Voice, Just the News, No Noise, 6 o'clock, and then Jay Solomon reports.
6 o'clock
on
could
all
be
social media
dangerous.
John Solomon, thank you so much. Massive story.
Thanks, my friend. Thank you.
So folks, this is why you can't take them seriously. When you got Weissman and you got Jack Smith, and of course Mike Davis, the viceroy, is on a tear right now. He's from Obama to Hillary Clinton. He's just telling them to lawyer up. You're all criminals. You're all going to prison. And I mean, he's
Drain the swamp. Let's go, baby.
Nobody's above the law, bitches.
He's a man on fire.
Yeah.
Man on fire, baby. Man on fire.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's huge breaking news. I mean, and you want to talk about like that J6 committee, that the sham that it was, and they burnt and buried all the records of that, by the way. So, but nothing ever truly is deleted, correct? Is that in a Q drop somewhere?
That is a Q drop. That's definitely a Q drop, brother.
Yeah. So when Luann said in the chat, she says 2020, it's not over yet. I guarantee you that this grand conspiracy case that they've been working on for almost 10 years now, every single one of them, you want to talk about setting a big trap. That's the ultimate trap. And they're all going to be tied into the sedition conspiracy and treason conspiracy, and plus the other 18 U.S. codes. Like the list is huge, you guys. Taking down the entire deep state swamp, and all those people that J6 committee included are all entrenched in it. And that's how the white hats work. That's how the military planning in its finest works. And it has to be done right, and it has to be done according to the law. And how do you get evidence in front of the public viewing? Well, you bring it through grand jury testimonials, right? It has to be done through grand juries, through sealed indictments, unsealed indictments, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's the process of the law. But man, when that wheel of justice starts rolling, it starts picking up speed. And right now we're at that time and that stage of the movie where the wheels really start to pick up momentum, Kyle. I'm excited. I can't wait to see. So we got Kash Patel coming on any minute now with the boss at the White House. And then later tonight, he's coming on John Solomon at 6 o'clock.
Cool.
6 o'clock could be dangerous.
Matthew loves it. He's ready. He's excited.
Yes.
He's excited. Check out some of these memes on the No Kinks here. There's some pretty funny ones along the side here. So here's another one. Let's see. As president, I'm going to enforce the laws already on the books. There's them screaming about no kings. As city mayor, he's this what's his mom Dottie or whatever. I'm going to change the state tax code, rewrite state laws, and arrest foreign leaders. Yay! Let's see. Only one king there. Charlie Kirk. Some other really good ones here. President Trump asked me to remind people of No King's Day. Please spread the word. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Love that they said that in there. You got Biden with the Burger King thing on there. Happy No King's Day. Thanks for your attention.
Wearing a diaper. Are you kidding me?
Right. Joe Biden. And then no kings, but their minority government can shut the entire government down because they don't get all their extra demands. And their demands, of course, are healthcare for illegal immigrants. Fuck them if they break the law. Anyways, all this here's the one. Socialism idea is so good they have to be mandatory.
Wow.
So yeah.
Love the memes. You know, the memes are so powerful.
Yeah,
They
meme
really are.
warfare. Meme warfare for sure. So, anyways, also my account I just saw it keeps growing. I try to follow people when I can. Check it out though. I'm at undercover white at, or excuse me, undercover white at on X at Quantum Healer 17. I got 999 followers. Who wants to be number 1,000? If y'all watching on Instagram or Facebook or YouTube or Rumble, pop on over to X and follow me at Quantum Healer 17. You can search me undercover white at to be number 1,000. Give me to 1,000. Thank you guys for helping grow the channel though. All of us. All you beautiful patriots out there helping us grow. We appreciate you.
That's exciting. Good for you, Kyle. Yeah, keep growing Kyle's X account. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's outstanding.
I'm gonna keep an eye on that. See when it goes to 1,000. Give somebody a little high five here. So should we go to Q drops or where are we going next, Tim? Or you got some other stuff there?
Yeah, let's go to the daily deltas. Let's check out some of the deltas, and then we'll go right live to. You can use RSBN or the White House on YouTube, whichever one you choose. As soon as they go live, we got to listen to Cashy Pants. See what he's got up his sleeve.
Let's check out the deltas. We'll go to Q alerts.
Cash Patel's also in the Q drops too. Just
he sure is. He sure is. All right, so I got us over on the side here. So Q alerts. If you go here, this is the main place we're looking at. These people are stupid. Oh, I've been meaning to keep saying it. How many days has it been last Q drop? I feel like we haven't done that in a minute. You know what? I'm gonna do that right now because I've been talking about it. Not gonna have to talk about it. We're just gonna do it. We're just gonna do it.
It's got to be about 1,045 days. 1,045.
So I'm going to go descending order, and there's the reply on there. 1,052 days now since our last Q post. 1,052 days, 18 hours, 12 minutes. You know what? I feel like, how long we've been on? Yeah, we've been on over an hour. Dude, that's crazy. The timestamp, it almost always works out when Q starts. It's however many days and then 17 hours. When Q starts since the last Q post.
Oh, right on.
We gotta check that. We gotta check that when we start our next Qschqql. I'm pretty sure because I know we did another time and it was at 17 hours. So actually, yeah, just even before 13 minutes ago, it would have been all in 17 hours. So for sure, like right around when Qschqql starts, it's almost 17 hours exactly. Maybe 11 minutes after that. We got yeah, right.
Nice catch.
Yeah, Matthew likes it. 1,052 days. So 5 more days will be 1,057. So that'll be fun. I'll make sure I catch that one. What's that? 5 days. Oh, it'd be the weekend, but we can do weekends now. I'm free on the weekends, but might be some travel plans in the future. We'll see how that goes. But back over to Q alerts here. This is our main the main hub to get some of these Q drops. We've shown this one quite a bit. QAlerts.pub or QAlerts.net. And then the deltas, which are Q drops from the date that's today or whichever day, but we can just click this for today's date. And as you see, we get 15 drops on October 15th today. So we had 16 yesterday, 15 today.
It's actually 14 because one of them has just OCT. Yeah.
It's written in there?
It's written in there, yeah. If you go in ascending order.
Yeah, okay.
You'll see the first one. The first one's got the highlighted. There it is.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh, so that's interesting catch though, because he tweeted this. Hillary Kiss, so Q drop 788, February 18th. So not today's Delta. But again, this is what Q Alerts does. You see right here, this media keyword, screenshot, Donald J. Trump, DJT tweet, Hillary Clinton should have been prosecuted. This is all added by Q Alerts, and it is searchable the way they do this. So that's where you also get some different numbers of Q drops. I think it's all relevant, though. There's not an accident that they tweeted this on Trump tweeted this on October 15th. And then obviously QAG, if you were putting in a search function, it would either be Q posted that or reply directly to an anon that posted the search. But Q Alerts has this little function here. It kind of gives you a synopsis of images, which is good because then you catch stuff you wouldn't maybe otherwise find on QAG. And that's the beauty of having the different Q aggregators to use and search of. So anyways, Trump, and again, this is February 2018, so pretty early on in the Q drop days. I know I was starting to read the Q drops almost every day there, as long as we didn't have the shutdown of our Q aggregators. But Trump said, it doesn't say the year. Okay, this is a good, cool fact check thing. We can fact check to see if this date is correct, because oftentimes we've seen when Q will share a screenshot of like an older Q post, it's not even the right Q post number. It's off by one or so. And then these numbers, I honestly think have meaning. So 36,000 retweets on this and 86,000 likes. Commander 86, game over 86 in simple gematria. All right, and then K is also 11, so there's some more coding with that. But Trump says Hillary Clinton should have been prosecuted and should be in jail. Instead, she's running for president in what looks like a rigged election. Oh my God, I love that. What a tweet.
Apparently, Trump is live. Apparently, I was just rebooting my iPad. Yeah.
On YouTube?
Yeah.
RSBN?
Yeah, RSBN. Yeah.
Okay, he's on right now.
Apparently so. Yeah, we just got a hit in the comments. Thank you. I was just
check this out, Tim. I just let me show this tab. I went over to YouTube to see what I thought RSBN might pop up, but look what I see right below here.
Oh baby!
Look at that. We're live. Oh my God, we gotta pop over there just for a second. Hit like. Look at us. Look at this. Look at those handsome guys reading these Q drops. There's a like. Bang. Hi friends. Let me see if it feeds over.
How many people are watching over there? Can you tell?
17,000 of them. I don't know. I could see it over on in the restream. We had at least a couple people watching, but she's only got 76 subscribers, so we got to help grow that channel now too here as well. So let's go on over to RSBN, check out the boss. I got my ad blockers back on.
False alarm.
Okay, false alarm.
Okay, I'll pull it up. Yeah, carry on with your Q drops then. I'll let you know. Thanks. Who was that? T Communications Backup Crew. Trump is live on RSBN. We're waiting for Trump and Kash Patel, obviously, so it's not on right now, but we'll definitely go there live.
Okay. Oh yeah, and one other thing here too is check this out, Tim. I just was popping on here. There's our boy John Denver parody account. Oh, wink, wink. John Denver. He said, look at Kirill Dmitriev. I'm guessing this is just recently. He's been dropping bombs all over the place with these Q drops, other confirmations. Oh yeah, I got to show you the JFK one. 2478 is all he said. So somebody brought up Q drop 2478. Oh my God, it's another 1111 Q drop, no less. 11/11/2018. Of course, he showed Q drop 140, which was on November 11th, 2017. Though this is now he's talking about a Q drop on November 11th, 2018. We had of course the flyover at 11/11 Alaska time, 12:58 and 18 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So yeah, that would still be that way even if okay. So let the unsealing begin. Let the declass begin. Let the world witness the truth. We the people, justice under the law. Q. That's what the Russian special envoy just tweeted out a little bit ago, putting that number up there, 247.
Do you remember what the Killbox L means in this one? I'm trying to remember this one.
There's a Rothschild decode, but I'm not quite sure on this one because that is kind of interesting. There's like
by itself. Yeah, by itself in this. I know there's others.
The other one where it kind of spells it out. Let's go search here. This again, I'm going to use QEgg for this one. We'll just put an L in the kill brackets just to see what it looks like. See what comes up. We get two different drops. So right. Here, there's the one he just did. There's the Q drop 150. This one again, Linda Rothschild. Also, I believe Matrix also said there's something with the Lee family on this one, maybe. Let's see. Oh, this was LDR though. Linda Rothschild. The other one is Q post 300. I'll go to that one very next. Let me just add that to these numbers. 150. I know there's a connection with 300 also. So 150, 300, and then 2478. I'm trying to figure out. Oh yeah, see it is. Okay, so Q drop 150 from November 13th, so 2 days after November 11th, 2017, 13:04:46 on the timestamp. Distress calls to others will do you and your family no good at this stage. We know where you and the family are at all times and can hear you breathing. Q. Okay, so that's a shot across the bow to the Rothschilds. You see the LDR is Linda Rothschild or Lord de Rothschild. So there's two of those. Basically, the LDRs is makes me think Latter-day Saints too for some reason, and that might pop in my mind. But LDR, Linda Rothschild, the woman, and then I think the main guy is called Lord de Rothschild, and then some sort of Go code, we would call these, is some sort of military code that's sent to operators in the field, more than likely. So we'll see how that goes. And then QDrop 300, exactly double the 150. December 7th, which is Pearl Harbor date, December 7th, 2017, 22, 25, 31 on the timestamp. Can you find a pic of Alaweed and Hussein? That's Barack Obama. Okay, Alaweed was the one that paid for his college education at Harvard, or Clinton or other U.S.
You're muted. It muted you, bro.
Okay, back. Got me now?
You're back. You're back. Yep.
Okay, so Alawid bin Talal Alawid, crown prince or crown something king of royalty in Saudi Arabia, part of the House of Saud, the head of the snake, the plus of the three sides of the triangle. There is Alawid is pictured with Barack Hussein Obama. He is pictured with Hillary Clinton and other U.S. politicians. And the Anons have done those digs. If you probably go to another search thing you could do on QAG is you can go to digging options and look up drops with images. Put those in, and I'm sure most of those images would be after this QDrop 300. Maybe I'll just even show that after this, just a second here. But can you find a pic of Alawid and Hussein or Clinton, other politicians, and then there's just an L, period. Heard you can't sleep anymore. Don't come here again. Q. So this seems to be a reference to Lynn de Rothschild. Okay. But according to Matrix, in back in the day, there's some connection to the Lee family. I believe it's Li Lee, which is basically one of the bloodline families.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah, they did a big decode on that one years ago. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So now this one. So this is interesting because I thought there was going to be the other one where it spells out the D class thing with. I thought each of the letters was in the kill bracket. So now I'm kind of confused on that. So this one here, the one we just had. Let the unsealing begin. Let the D class begin. Let the world witness the truth. We the people, justice under the law, and it's 11:11 on there. So maybe there is a connection to the Rothschilds on that post then too, since there's only. Oh no, I added the Q post 300, but only 2 Q drops with the L and the kill brackets. That kind of surprises me because I'm trying to think of how that one with the D class went. I know there's like a C in there. Let's do a C in the bracket. This one's always a good one. Q drop 129. Closing act. CIA dismantled. Impossible to clean. Operations going to no such agency. Tricks on us and the Anons and everybody else thought that meant no such agency, thought that meant National Security Agency. No, it's the real no such agency, which we'll call Space Force now. Q and 129, significant to JFK assassination attempt. ABC, we are under heavy attack. ABCs, that's the 3-letter agencies. That if the C's are the brackets, we'll assume that's the CIA. Took control. Trip code missed. Number 131 last. Trip update coming. Okay, so some Q drop stuff. Interesting here. They got A, B, and then the C in the bracket. That's interesting. I don't recognize that one.
I'm thinking outside the box here, Kyle. We're doing individual searches with the D class letters in Killbox. I wonder if you went through the D, the E.
I was gonna do D. I was for sure gonna do D.
But I'm wondering when you pull up these Q drops, like these are the C's in the kill box, right?
Yeah. How many was there? 16 on this one. That's kind of surprising. I guess maybe because the CIA 16 on there.
They might all interconnect, like build the map.
I bet you. I like it. I think you're onto something. I didn't mean to cut you off. What were you saying? What else about it?
No, it's just like maybe we should check. Scan through these. Then we've already done the L. We've done the C. Let's do the D, the E, and the A and the S. D class, like the full word class.
Yep.
And see if anything pops up.
Okay.
Oh, no. False alarm.
Oh, I thought he was coming on. Okay,
they keep showing replays of yesterday. I don't know.
Okay. All right, so here's another good one. Q post 3126, March 20th, 2019. Did both of Hussein, this is Barack Obama or Barack Hussein Obama, although I always wonder if there is a connection with Saddam Hussein in some of these. We never know for sure. There's always double, triple meanings, so keep that in mind. But this one I know for sure, or I shouldn't say, at least one answer for sure is talking about Barack Obama because his parents did know Russian. Did both of Hussein's parents learn Russian? Is Russian a common language to learn? Think then, think now, as in like the Cold War. Think Nellie Orr, ham radio specialist. I think she knows Russian also. Why would you need to know how to speak Russian in their fields of practice, aka public fields, is what they claimed to the public. But Q's clearly seeming to nod that Obama's parents are part of the CIA. The Cold War, this is still interesting. It's in the kill brackets, ABC's in there with then the C and basically a double bracket, which again, CIA, kill box is the 3-letter agencies, but then why go all the way out to M, which is the 13th letter, and then we got 7 more drops after that. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M. It seems like they may be teaching us simple gematria there, but what else is going on with that? That one's just, I have no idea what that might mean. But
How many
clearly
drops?
showing
How many drops with the C?
16. So yeah, you want to write these down? 16.
I am.
Let's do the whole D class. We'll start at D. We'll do D in the kill brackets.
Okay.
Oops, I typed it in wrong. Oh, maybe I didn't hit enter. That's good. Okay, so D. Oh wow, 137.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's crazy. What's
right.
going on there?
Yeah. So anytime I see that number too, I always makes me want to do that drop number. So I'm gonna do 137 and then the mirror. So y'all get some autist stuff here from the Q drops. Yep. 137. Let's see if there's a connection with anything from the D.
Banks. Usually that's the banks, eh?
Okay, yep. 137. Good catch on that. And look at 1111 though, too, Tim. Another 1111 drop. This is the Rothschilds drop. There must be this connection then now. This is part 3 or 4 of this, all the owned banks owned by the Rothschilds. Okay. So Iraq, Central Bank of Iraq. I think the Iraqi dinar is going to have this major role in the quantum financial reset thing. Ireland, Israel, Bank of Israel is in there. Italy, Bank of Italy. That's your connected to Vatican, maybe, although I guess they have their own bank, but still it's Italy. Japan, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Kenya, Korea, Kuwait. Don't even know how to pronounce that one. Kyrgyzstan.
These are, by the way, just so people know, this is the Rothschild banking system, right? Like the Q, I think it starts at Q drop 135 or 136, Kyle. There's the 3 pages of the banks, right?
Yep, 3 pages of it, the owned, and then Q also talks about their public wealth disclosures are false. They have way more wealth than they announce publicly because they have all these shell companies and moving all their money around. They do the best they can to try to hide their money. But no matter what, you can always trace and track the money. That's why Q says follow the money. How many times does Q say follow the money? Let's do a guess on that. Who wants to guess how many times Q says follow the money? We're going to be using QAG. So either Q says that directly or they respond directly to an anon that says that same term. Any guesses on that one, Tim?
I'm going to say 34.
34. I like that guess. I feel like it maybe is a big number. I'll go with the other. I'll go 51. The white hat signature Q pose. I have no idea. I wouldn't be surprised if it's over 100, but it could be low. What were you saying?
51. One nation under God. Q drop 51.
Yep, okay. We all went a little over. Is 20 Q drops. Follow the money. Let's do the first one. The very first.
Highlander, you cheated though. You pulled up Q. I bet you he pulled up Q alerts before.
Yeah, that's right. He got there, put in the answer. Good for him. Fast on the fingers. Great job, Highlander. Our OG from the Qschqql days. We used to dig with the quickness. So he was used to being on fire, man. He used to be ready, his fingers ready. If I asked for something, our digital soldiers had it in seconds. I just love that.
That reminds me of that one. What's that one gift that's going around with the cat on the key?
Oh yeah, the cat. That's perfect for that. Oh my god, that's so funny. I love seeing Bill. I was popped over to our main screen so I could actually see Tim doing that right there. That was so worth it. That was good. Okay, let's go. Let's do the very first follow the money one. A little bit longer than Tim. I was gonna.
Okay, let's go back to the E and kill brackets. I want to find out how many.
Okay, you want to get the numbers real quick. All right, let's do that. Let's stay on task here. So 137 is D. Okay, and then so 137 Q drops with D. We're gonna do E now. E is 5 drops. Interesting. E is the 5th letter of the alphabet. So I'm going to do C again, even though I'm pretty sure it was 16, but just double check our math. 16 for C, confirmed.
Okay, got that.
What's our next letter? L?
L, we had 2. I remember the 2.
2 of them, right? Let me just do it one more time. Yep, just 2 drops. And then A is next. Yep. A might be quite a bit. And there's some definitely map coding stuff with the A on this one. 11 Q drops with A. There's something sneaking with A and the 11 in there. Okay, A. And then let's do S now. Okay, S is 13. 13 with S. So give me the numbers now. So D is how many, Tim? 137?
137, yeah.
So if you add that up, was that 11 also? That could be K, or what negative 48 kind of taught us is if it was 137th letter of the alphabet, you just keep like recycling the alphabet, right? So 26 letters, then so 52. What's the next 26? 78. Hopefully I don't mess up my math here. Oh my God.
You got 284 total. 284 when you total all the
Oh,
Q.
all those different ones. Okay, 284. That's a good thing to do. But let me do this.
Oh, that doesn't sound right. My math's off here.
Oh yeah, well, maybe. Let me. Yeah, that's too high.
That's too
But
high.
I want to do 137 divided by 26. So 5 revolutions. So 5 times 26 is 130. So the 7th letter then is G. All right. So maybe G.
184. 184. My bad.
Okay. But write this down too for me now, Tim. Like, so we have, it's 137. Put either a G or a K there for me. Put both of them just in case, G or K.
Beside the number?
Yeah, or below it, or however you want to do it. So because 137, the 137th letter of the alphabet is G, or if
Okay.
we added 1 plus 3 plus 7 would be 11, which makes K. Because I'm curious if a word will come out here. So
Okay.
now that was D. So E is 5, right? So I guess E is E. So
Yeah.
we have it, and then what's the next one? C was how many? 16. So that's P. Put a P under there.
Okay.
I need to write that out so I can visualize it too. And then L was just 2, so that's B. I don't know if that's going to make a word for us. We'll see. B. And then A was, how many was A?
11.
20? Oh, 11. 11, so that's K. And then S was S. Oh, it's 13, which is M. Does that make any kind of word if you depend on if you use K or G?
We're gonna need more vowels to make.
Okay.
I like to buy a vowel.
What about an anagram or acronym or anagram? Can you mix them around in any order to get a word? You need more vowels. We just have one E.
P, B, K, and M. Yeah,
PBK is in there. PBK. Ooh.
E, K, M with an E and a G, K. Yeah, we need more. We need another vowel.
Okay. PBK is interesting that comes up in there. All right. Well, there's some decoding. We're trying some different things, and this is what the fun of doing the Q drops too. It really is kind of almost like a game in that nature. You're kind of trying to.
What's Q drop 184? The total number of Q drops was 184. I'm wondering what's Q 184.
Yeah, and let me just add that too. We had 137 on the whatever that one drop was, the D. 731, and then so 184 was our total number, and then let's do the inverse of that, 481. So Q drop 184, 1121, which 121 is 11 times 11. 121 of 2017. Their need for symbolism will be their downfall. Follow the owl and Y head around the world. Identify and list. They don't hide it. They don't fear you. You are sheep to them. You are feeders. Godfather 3, Q. Okay. Interesting. What's this one? Which one is this? Why does it do it that way? 481 is the mirror. So 481 mirrored. POTUS tweet, basically some comms there. Hanukkah's coming up in the near future, isn't it? Early December. I guess we're a month or so away. How can FBI Director Andrew McCabe, the man in charge, along with leaking James Comey of the phony Hillary Clinton investigation, including her 33,000 illegally deleted emails, be given $700,000 for wife's campaign by Clinton puppets during the investigation? How does that make any sense? And there's a 5 in there too with the E. Man, this is maybe some heavy decode stuff here, but I'm just going to stay away from it. I'm just touching it. And then there's the pen. Follow the pen with the executive orders, following the pen. Wishing all those celebrating Hanukkah around the world happy and healthy 8 nights in the company of those they love. Some more decodes there for the Anons. 45 days, the next drop. That's interesting. And there's the pen again with the executive order on the desk. Is that the Resolute desk up close? I don't know. Pen underscore is that one, the name of that image. Look familiar? Note the desk. Where is everyone this weekend? God bless Q. Maybe that's Camp David or something. And then here's the 731. The more coding here, more comms. There was 137D in the kill bracket. So 731 mirrored. Timestamp at Snowden, truth to power, drop, truth to power, learn. You will cease to exist. Timestamp, learn, coincidence, same thing. So some big decodes here. I don't know. It's for the autism. We have to do that as a team. What if Snowden was still a clown? Why would it be important he was in Russia? Do we have just the Russian comms with the one thing they're talking about Obama? Learn, Q.
Oh, we're live. We're live.
Okay.
Oh, he's wearing his Q yellow tie, folks.
Q yellow one.
Thank you, boss. You need some volume. Where's your volume, Kyle?
Can you not hear it at all?
Nope. Nope.
We're here for a different reason. It's called Operation Summer Heat,
Got it now?
which is an appropriate term in light of what we're doing. And
low on my end.
yesterday morning, I
You can't hear
returned
still?
from the Middle East, where we
No, I can hear it.
celebrated a historic agreement to end years of suffering and conflict. Amazing. Every country came together. I mean, even the enemies came out and totally endorsed it. Everybody, I've never seen anything like it. Nobody's seen anything like it. And just as we are for peace and stability abroad, we're also restoring peace and safety and stability at home. And you see that in Washington, D.C., maybe better than any place, because we got there, and within 12 days it was very good. And within 30 days, it's been as safe as any city in the country. It's been great. Took out 1,700 people, got them out. These are career criminals in many cases, and people that shouldn't have been allowed in by the Biden administration. Historically, the summer months have been a time when violent crime soar, as you know, but not under President Trump. Today, we're announcing the results of a sweeping law enforcement effort known as Operation Summer Heat. We were in many cities that people didn't know about. We kept it a little quiet, and it had a big impact, and you'll hear that in a second. But over the past few months, FBI offices in all 50 states made crushing violent crime a top enforcement priority. That's what they did, rounding up and arresting thousands of the most violent and dangerous criminals. And these are among the most dangerous and violent people in the world. They were allowed, in many cases, not in all cases, but in many cases, they were allowed in by a very foolish, actually stupid, open border policy. Just anybody could have come in. They emptied out their jails, their prisons, their mental institutions. They emptied them into our country. And the people behind me have done an incredible job, because if we didn't have that administration, it would have been so much easier. They allowed millions of people in this country that have been allowed, including over 11,000 murderers, half of whom murdered more than one person. And many of them are gone now, or they're put in prison, because we don't want to have them come back. So we literally put them in our prison, which we don't want to do. But we bring them back to their countries. Working with state and local partners, the FBI arrested over 8,000 violent criminals during the course of this period. In major cities like in New Orleans, Nashville, we saw a 250% increase in arrests. And we really went after the bad ones. These include 725 individuals wanted for violent crimes against children and murderers. These arrests are in addition to the work of our historic federal task forces that Make D.C. Safe Task Force has been unbelievable. I mean, the job they've done, it's incredible. And it's been so nice, because so many people, they're going out to dinner and they're having dinners. They didn't go out for 4 years. And now they're going out 3 times a week. Restaurants are opening. Restaurants are full. And usually that means a lot of good things. But restaurants that were closed are now opening up. And everybody's happy. It's nobody's ever seen anything like it, actually. And everybody feels safe. You can have a child walk right through the middle of Washington, D.C., and nothing's going to happen. We were losing more than one person a week in Washington. They're being killed on an average of over one a week. The Make D.C. Safe Task Force has been incredible, and the Make Memphis Safe Task Force is having very similar results. It's much earlier, but we've been there for a week and a half, but I'm hearing the results are pretty incredible, and you'll hear about that. They're mobilizing more than 20 federal agencies for the largest law enforcement operation targeting violent criminals in American history. As a result of these efforts, violent crime declined 20% nationwide compared to the same period last year, and it was the safest and most peaceful summer in 2 decades. And honestly, we haven't really even gotten going yet. Didn't have to fight all of these radical left governors. We could have had Chicago taken care of, as an example. They had, in a short period of time, 4,000 murders in Chicago, and we have to listen to this man stand up and say that we're bad people. And the people of Chicago are walking around with MAGA hats. You have women, beautiful black women, walking around with MAGA hats. Please let the president in, and we don't care how he does it. They're not interested in National Guard or Army, Navy, bring them in, Marines, bring in the Marines. They just want the crime to stop. And more so because of the success that we had in D.C. I think if we didn't have that success, nobody would even believe it. So I want to congratulate all of the incredible law enforcement professionals joining us today, especially Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's terrific, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who is a fantastic legal talent. He really is. He's a great guy, too. And, of course, FBI Director Kash Patel. They have worked so hard on this and other things. Since the start of the administration, the FBI has arrested over 23,000 violent criminals, more than double the number arrested in the final year of the Biden disaster. The FBI has also destroyed or severely disrupted more than 170 organized criminal enterprises and gangs, 1,600 of the most violent gangs, and confiscated over 6,000 illegal firearms. And they've tracked down and arrested 4 fugitives on the most wanted list. 4 of the most wanted, actually 2 of them were the most wanted fugitives in the world. There's still much more work to be done, which is why the FBI continues to work alongside the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of War to defend. And Pete Hegseth has been fantastic, by the way, on this too, on other things, but on this too, to defend law and order and combat violent crime, arrest illegal aliens, and make American cities the safest in the world. And when I campaigned, I talked about crime, but I never knew that we were going to get into it like we did. You know, I mean, I used to watch these cities with the murders. Chicago recently had one deal where they had 11 murders in one weekend, and they said, well, yeah, but it was a holiday weekend. They actually told me that was the reason, like it was okay because it was a holiday. It was Labor Day. These people are the worst. They really have to, they better, I tell you what, the people in Chicago and the people in places like that, they can be fixed. At some point, it gets to where you can't fix it anymore. It's too far gone. And we have some cities like that. But these are great cities that can fix. I'm going to be strongly recommending, at the request of government officials, which is always nice, that you start looking at San Francisco. I think we can make San Francisco. There's one of our great cities 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Now it's a mess. And we have great support in San Francisco. So I'd like to recommend that for inclusion, maybe in your next group. You'll get great support. Every American deserves to live in a community where they're not afraid of being mugged, murdered, robbed, raped, assaulted, or shot. And that's exactly what our administration is working to deliver. I didn't realize I was going to make this such a big factor in the administration. I didn't really campaign. I campaigned on crime, but I never thought we'd go into every city and take a really safe city that we've all been living with for years and make them safe. And now it's like a passion for me, and it's a passion for the people behind me. So I didn't get elected. I did get elected for crime, but I didn't get elected for what we're doing. This is many, many steps above. And I want to thank Stephen Miller, who's right back in the audience right there. I'd love to have him. I love watching him on television. I'd love to have him come up and explain his true feelings, but maybe not his truest feelings. That might be going a little bit too far. But, Stephen, thank you for doing an unbelievable job. And the people of this country love you, I'll tell you, and they love what you say about crime and stopping crime. So now I'd like to ask Director Patel to say a few words, and then Pam and Todd also. And I just want to congratulate them. This is an amazing thing. And we're just at the start. We're going to go into other cities that we're not talking about purposely. We're getting ready to go in. And when they go in, like Cash as an example told me that people didn't even know. 5 months ago, they went into Chicago, and they started doing a lot of work in Chicago. And we brought the numbers down a little bit. And but that really was just preparatory work for what we're going to do with the surge. We're going to have a surge of strong, good people, patriots, and they're going to go in, they straighten it all out. So a lot of these cities we're already working on, but we don't do it with a big flavor. But in a little while, you're going to see some numbers that you're not going to believe. And I think you'll probably start with Memphis, because I'm hearing the numbers are much quicker than we even thought possible. But again, D.C. it speaks for itself. Chicago is going to be okay. We're going to save Chicago. And I told you, and I told them, a very respected man, the head of the Union Pacific, said, "Sir, save Chicago. It can be saved." And the way he said it, it was like, can you believe it? We're trying to save Chicago. but I understood exactly what he wants, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to save all of our cities, and we're going to make them essentially crime-free, like other countries have crime-free. If you go all over the world, you go to you hear Afghanistan and you hear all these different places, our crime in certain cities is worse than anything they can even imagine. And we're not going to have that any longer. It's going to stop, and it stops right here. Cash, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. What I'd like to do is just highlight some of the outstanding work that the men and women of the FBI have been doing. And thanks to your brave leadership and the mandate you were given by the American people to not only defend the homeland but crush violent crime, you tasked us with our great partners at the Department of Justice and the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General to start making arrests and bring prosecutions and safeguard our cities. And you said it. This is just the beginning. In just 7 months, I hope the media takes a look at every one of these charts, because these are the best numbers for fighting crime in U.S. history, and it's only 7 months in. And to do that, our vehicle to do it of choice was Operation Summer Heat, which the FBI architected to go after violent criminals. And in just a 3-month span, you had 8,700 arrests of violent criminals. You had 2,200 firearms seized off the streets permanently to safeguard our communities. You had 421 kilograms of fentanyl seized. Just to put that in perspective, that's enough to kill 55 million Americans alone. You had 45,000 kilograms of cocaine seized, and thanks to our Department of Justice partners, you had 2,100 indictments in 3 months, from June to September alone. Mr. President, that in and of itself would be historic for a 4-year presidency. You did that in 7 months because you let good cops be cops, and you partnered us with the right people at the Department of Justice to put the handcuffs on and bring them to court and put them in prison. And if that weren't enough, when you look at the year, for the entire 7-month period that we're talking about here, if you look at the past 4 years of the Biden administration, 16,000, 17,000, 15,000, 15,000. That's the number of arrests year over year of violent felons in this country for the Biden administration. Mr. President, in 7 months, you have 28,600 arrests of violent felons in just 7 months alone, because of your leadership and the dedication of the men and women at the FBI who want to go out there and do the job they were prevented from doing, because that department used to be weaponized and politicized. And this is what happens when you take out the fangs of weaponization. This number is historic by every metric. 28,000 people have been arrested, violent felons alone. And then when you go over there and look at some of these charts, if you don't mind, I'll just hop over here. Look at the metrics for not just violent crime, but the homeland. Mr. President, during your administration, the FBI has found and located 5,400 children. That is a 30% increase year to date over the last administration.
5,400 children.
Violent crimes against children arrests alone are up 10%. Gang arrests are up 210% in the last 7 months alone. And transnational organized crime, which Stephen Miller has been a great partner in, is up over 12% alone. These numbers are historic just as a snapshot. But just so people don't think we're focusing on violent crime alone, the national security mission, Mr. President, your leadership has never been stronger. We have gone after espionage activities against our main counterparts in China, Russia, and Iran. In China alone, we've had over a 50% increase in espionage arrests alone and prosecutions. In Iran, we have had a 50% increase, again, in espionage cases. And in Russia, we've had a 33% increase in espionage cases alone. When it comes to counterterrorism, year to date, we have 125 arrests this year versus 100 last year, year to date alone. And when it comes to the cyber criminal activities, which are some of the largest enterprises plaguing everyday Americans, we at the FBI have put out a mission to go after cyber criminals like never before. Last year, they had in total 191. This year, you already have 252 arrests. 52 arrests of violent cyber criminals who are stealing from senior citizens, who are violating our children's rights and freedoms, and who are violating everyday Americans. These programs are record. And two of the things I'll finish with that I'm most proud of, Mr. President, this FBI. Fentanyl. As you know, it's a scourge that is killing our youth, 100,000 plus a year. To date, the FBI has seized 1,900 kilograms of fentanyl. That's enough lethal doses to kill 127 million Americans alone. To date. And if that weren't enough, Mr. President, you said we have to go after the worst of the worst. and you empowered our Department of Justice, our Attorney General, our Deputy Attorney General, and the Deputy Director at the FBI, led the charge, not just on summer heat, but he also led the charge at the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives. These people have been on the run for years, and in 7 months, you captured not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 of the FBI's most top 10 fugitives. 4. And just to put that in perspective, Mr. President, the Biden administration captured 4 in all of 4 years. You're on 7, and we're going to get to 10. We're going to get to 10 of 10. This includes a lady who murdered her 6-year-old handicapped child and fled to India. We got her in 2 months. This includes a narco trafficker. This includes a sex trafficker. This includes another first-degree murderer and gangbanger. These people were on the run because of the prior administration's reckless policies that destroyed our communities, and you came in and with a mandate said, go after the worst of the worst. This is just the beginning. This is what happens when you let good cops be good cops at the FBI. Mr. President, I just want to thank you for your incredible leadership, our brave partnership with prosecutors who know how to bring cases and make sure these arrests stick. And that's what the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General have led the charge across this country, because arrests without prosecutions are meaningless. We are deterring criminals from doing this activity. We are preventing criminals from coming into America. And we are absolutely crushing violent crime like never before and defending this homeland, sir. And not to mention, I almost forgot this one, it took you, sir, 2 weeks to get the Abbey Gate bomber. Joe Biden had 4 years to look for him. You got him in 2 weeks, thanks to the interagency effort by the FBI and the CIA, went to Pakistan, and now 13 brave warriors who were senselessly murdered because of disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal. They have justice, their families have a peace of mind, and we're going to continue to find the others, Mr. President. On behalf of the FBI, sir, I just want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Great job. Very good. Very impressive. Ken,
President Trump, the men and women of law enforcement say 2 things to me repeatedly. First, you have taken the handcuffs off them and let them do their jobs, and you let cops be cops. That's why all this is happening. The director, the deputy director are working around the clock. All of these great men and women in the FBI, they have families at home, and they are working during a government shutdown right now. Many of them have small children. Many of them, I was talking to an agent this morning, many of them have babies at home, and they are working around the clock to not only keep our country, but our world safe. And that's what Operation Summer Heat did. Thank you, Director, and to the Deputy Director for everything you did on behalf of the Department of Justice, and you're going to continue to keep doing. And they set the stage for what we're doing in Memphis. You're going to hear a lot more about that, our joint task force next week, but they set the stage for Memphis. And last night alone in Memphis, there were almost 70 arrests. There were 12 guns seized, and there was a 70-year-old man arrested as a result of our operation in Memphis who raped a child under the age of 3. That one case makes everything we're doing worthwhile. So thank you all for being here on behalf of both of us. Thank you, President Trump.
thank you. Todd, do you want to say something?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. So this is a great day, and I think there's stats that the director talked about which are important. But I want to give 2 examples of what summer heat has done that actually will apply, hopefully, to everybody in this room. The first is for over 4 years, during the last administration, there was a hotel in a town, the middle of a town in Alaska, that was being run as a drug den. There were over 1,000 calls to 911 over 4.5 year period. There were multiple violent crimes, drug dealers, overdoses, and murders at this one hotel, ruining a community. Summer Heat went in there. It's not only arrested all the participants that were controlling the hotel, but seized the hotel. And so that's one example of what summer heat means to everyday Americans that just want to live in peace. The second example is a large narcotics trafficking group that was selling fentanyl in the state of Washington. They were shipping fentanyl and using commercial aircraft, putting fentanyl pills and powder onto in suitcases, flying them from the southwest border, mostly Arizona, all the way to Washington. It had been going on for an extremely long time, and the entire organization was arrested. And I say those 2 examples because it's easy to look at the board and see 1,000 arrests. How much different is our communities now compared to the past 4 years? But there's actual life examples. Every one of these arrests means that our streets are safer, and that's because of the work of this administration, of President Trump and Director Patel. So I will tell you, Attorney General Bondi and I are together every day with Director Patel, figuring out ways that we can continue to do this work. And it's not going to stop. Like the Attorney General said, and like the President said, this is just the beginning, or phase one, or a start, whatever you want to say, but it will continue on. So thank you, Mr. President, and thank you very much, Director Patel.
And Mr. President, just one last thank you from the men and women at the FBI. You found a way to get these individuals paid during a government shutdown, our 1811 agents. So on behalf of the FBI, it's a great debt that we owe you, sir. They're now allowed to pay for their families, so thank you.
And the military. Good.
That's right.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, please? Brian, go ahead.
First of all, I know the feedback I'm getting from the American people, they want to say thank you. Law and order is not an option in this country. It's a mandate. So I know the American people thank you for that. In terms of the guns that have been taken off the street, do you have a number of how many guns were taken away from someone that had a prior felony or a previous crime, that perhaps we can prosecute that? Because I know that wasn't the case under Joe Biden.
We don't take guns off the streets of people that are allowed to have guns. So every gun that we're taking off the street is because it belongs to somebody who is not allowed to have it. Could be a felon, could be somebody who hears illegally. There's all sorts of conditions. But if there's a gun taken off the streets by the FBI, it's because the person who has it is not allowed to. It's not somebody who's lawfully allowed to have it. So every single one of those guns were taken off of people that aren't allowed to have them.
And not including the FBI, all of the other agencies. ATF alone since January 20th has removed over 25,000 illegal guns off our streets just since President Trump's been in office.
Mr. President, if I could follow up on that, could there be any further conversation to have national concealed carry apply to actual DC? Like if you had a driver's license in Texas and you had a permit, of course you could drive.
Well, as you know, they've been talking about that for a long time. It's an interesting question. A lot of people feel strongly both ways, but we are talking about that, Brian. Thank you.
Mr. President, on Venezuelan boats, I want to ask you, why not have the Coast Guard stop them, which it is empowered by law to do? This way you can confirm who's on the boat and ensure that they're doing what you suspect.
Because we've been doing that for 30 years, and it has been totally ineffective. They have faster boats. Some of these boats are seriously, they're world-class speedboats, but they're not faster than missiles. But we've been trying to do that for years, and so much of the drugs, 25–30%, would come in through the seas. Right now we have, I would say, none coming in through the seas. In fact, I don't know about the fishing industry. If you want to go fishing, a lot of people aren't deciding to even go fishing. We've almost totally stopped it by sea. Now we'll stop it by land.
What's the next
But
step?
it never worked. It never worked when you did it in a very politically correct manner.
What's the next step in this war on cartels, and are you considering options, are you considering strikes on land?
Well, I don't want to tell you exactly, but we are certainly looking at land now because we've got the sea very well under control. We've had a couple of days where there isn't a boat to be found. And that, I view that as a good thing, not a bad thing. But we had tremendous amounts coming in by boats, by very expensive boats. They have a lot of money, very fast, very expensive boats that were pretty big. And the way you look at it is every boat that we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives. So every time you see a boat and you feel badly, you say, wow, that's rough. It is rough, but if you lose 3 people and save 25,000 people, these are people that are killing our population. Every boat is saving 25,000 lives, and you can see it. The boats get hit, and you see that fentanyl all over the ocean. It's like floating in bags. It's all over the place, and it's a tremendous. We're saving tremendous amounts of lives.
Yeah, Mr. President, on that issue, I know you've talked about. I have a question for you, and then I also have a question for Director Patel. I know you talked about having some cities for Boston recently. Is this one of those cities that you might be looking into, and can you give us a hint about other cities that you might be?
You're saying for where? For where?
For Boston.
Yeah. Well, Boston has a bad mayor who at least is a reasonable IQ person. Most of them are low IQ. But and they're so bad. What's going on in Chicago is just, you'd think the guy would say, hey, look, we have a problem, Mr. President. Could you come in and straighten it out? We could have that done in a month if we had their cooperation. It's going to be done anyway, but we could have it done in a month. Yeah, Boston, she's got 4 areas that are, wrong. And, somebody said, would we think about taking the World Cup away from Boston if they don't straighten it out? And the answer is yes. We have the right to do that with FIFA. So if we think that LA is going to be bad, or we think that applies a little bit to the Olympics too, but we'll talk about FIFA first. You know, FIFA is very hot. If we think there's any reason that whether it's Boston or not doing their job, we're going to take those World Cup games and move them someplace else.
Thank you. And then Director Patel, there's been so many conspiracy theories swirling around about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Do you have any updates for us, especially in light of all the online content that everyone's been talking about?
The only thing we deal with at the FBI and the Department of Justice is facts. And we delivered in record speed a manhunt to capture Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin in 33 hours. And if you put that in perspective to Luigi Mangione or the Boston bomber, they took them 5 days and a police officer lost their life in their manhunt. We are running on absolutely every single lead, and the best thing we can do to honor my friend Charlie Kirk's life is to make sure that everyone involved is prosecuted to the full extent of the law, and that's what we're focused on, investigating the facts, not trading in conspiracy theories.
Okay.
Mr. President, thank you so much.
Thank you.
In light of China's export curbs on rare earths, do you view India as a reliable partner going forward? And are you planning to meet Prime Minister Modi in Malaysia? Are you open to talks in terms of...
Yeah, sure. He's a friend of mine. We have a great relationship. He just said that 2 days ago, as you know. We have a great relationship. No, we were not happy with him buying oil from Russia, because that lets Russia continue on with this ridiculous war where they've lost 1.5 million people, by the way. Russia's lost 1.5 million people, soldiers mostly. This is a war that should have never started, but it's a war that Russia should have won in the first week, and they're going into the 4th year. And I want to see it stop. So I was not happy that India was buying oil. And he assured me today that they will not be buying oil from Russia. That's a big stop. Now I got to get China to do the same thing. You know, that is relatively easy compared to what we just did over the last week in the Middle East. Middle East was 3,000 years, and we got it done. This is 3 years. And I think we'll get it done. I think that President Putin, I think he wants to get it done. We'll see. There's a great animosity between him and Zelensky. You probably have noticed, right? And it's, I think it's hurting the process. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you. Curious, why did you authorize the CIA to go into Venezuela? And is there more information you can share about these strikes on the alleged...
Well, I can't do that, but I authorized for 2 reasons, really. Number one, they have emptied their prisons into the United States of America. They came in through the, they came in through the border. They came in because we had an open border policy. And as soon as I heard that, I said, a lot of these countries, they're not the only country, but they're the worst abuser. And they've entered they've allowed thousands and thousands of prisoners, mental institution, people from mental institutions, insane asylums, emptied out into the United States. We're bringing them back, but that's a really bad. And they did it at a level that probably not many countries have done it, but not like Venezuela. They were down and dirty. And the other thing are drugs. We have a lot of drugs coming in from Venezuela, and a lot of the Venezuelan drugs come in through the sea, so you get to see that. But we're going to stop them by land also.
Does the CIA have authority to take out Maduro?
Oh, I don't want to answer a question like that. That's a ridiculous question for me to be given. Not really a ridiculous question, but wouldn't it be a ridiculous question for me to answer? But I think Venezuela is feeling heat, but I think a lot of other countries are feeling heat too. We're not going to let this country, our country, be ruined because other people want to drop, as you say, their worst. They have given us their worst. They've loaded up our country with prisoners, with mentally ill people that are seriously ill, criminally ill. And we're not going to take it. And so, I mean, it's just one of those things. And I can tell you, we've taken care of the sea. There's nobody. We're watching. We're watching. And if we see it, we'll save it. Yeah, please.
On the ships, though, sir, there are Republicans and Democrats up on the Hill concerned that in the briefings they've gotten about those attacks, they're not necessarily getting information about who was on them and what exactly was on those ships. Can you ensure that...
But they are given information that they were loaded up with drugs, and that's the thing that matters. When they're loaded up with drugs, they're fair game. And every one of those ships they're not ships, they're boats, they're speedboats. They're extremely fast, record-setting type speedboats. They cost a lot of money, and they have a lot of money because they're drug sellers. But they know one thing, and they all have the same thing in common. There's drug dust. They call it drug dust. They call it fentanyl dust all over the boat after Those bombs go off, and you can take along.
Attack them though that they're.
We know before. We know when they go out. We know we have much information about each boat that goes out. Deep, strong information. Yeah, please.
Sir, you're going to have Volodymyr Zelensky here this week. What is your message at this stage of the war for him? And shy of tomahawks,
to who is it?
For Zelensky.
Yeah.
And shy of tomahawks for Ukraine. Are you considering other options, and will you speak with Vladimir Putin about
No, we're looking at other options. We are. President Zelensky's coming in. I'm not a fan of the war. I'm not a fan of the way it started. It should have never happened. It wouldn't have started if I were president. The election was rigged. And because of that, we lost a lot of lives have been lost because of that war. Not American lives, but if I can save a lot of lives, that's why I'm in it. I want to save lives. I've had 8 wars. The Prime Minister of Pakistan got up the other day, said so beautifully, he says, you saved millions of lives. He told that to a group of people right in this office. He said the president saved millions of lives. And I think what he's referring to is the fact that that would have been with India a nuclear war. That was getting very close. 7 planes, they don't talk about it, but 7 aircraft were shot down. In fact, we have the new ambassador to India right here. They're well represented. You better represent us, not them, okay? But Sergio's going to do a great job. He's going to do a great job. But no, we'll be talking about the war with him, and we'll be talking about, I mean, they want to go offensive. I'll make a determination on that, but they would like to go offensive, you know that, and we'll have to make a determination.
President, given you have the FBI Director and Attorney General here today, Jim Jordan has asked Jack Smith to appear in front of the House Judiciary.
You mean deranged, Jack? He's a deranged individual, yeah.
He's asked him to...
Well, they should. I'm surprised it takes so long. You know, we're talking about violent crime. What about the crime against a political opponent? That's what we have to talk about, too.
Jordan would like to understand the full extent to which the Biden-Harris Justice Department weaponized federal law enforcement. What do you think the committee will find out, Mr. Smith?
I think it was the worst weaponization of a political opponent in the history of the world, let alone this country. And I hope that everybody's, you know, they're involved in it. I'm not. I'm the one that had to suffer through it and ultimately win. But what they did was criminal. Deranged Jack Smith, in my opinion, is a criminal. And I noticed his interviewer was, I think that was Weissman. And I hope they're going to look into Weissman, too. Weissman's a bad guy. And he had somebody in Lisa, who was his puppet, worked in the office really as the top person. And I think that she should be looked at very strongly. There was tremendous criminal activity having to do. If we don't have fair elections in this country, we're not going to have a country. And I've said it from the beginning, fair elections and borders. And we need also fair press. Because if you don't have fair press, it's very tough. And we've got the strongest border of anybody. Nobody has a border. We have a border where the numbers just came out again. You saw 0 people came in illegally. Now, we do take people into our country legally, but 0 people. But, you know, you're talking about a different subject. You're talking about political crime. They have committed massive political crime. I hope they're looking at Shifty Schiff. I hope they're looking at all these people. And I'm allowed to find out. I'm allowed to, you know, I'm, in theory, the chief law enforcement officer. But I have a very good, talented group. This is about something else. But I hope they're looking at political crime because there's never been so much political crime against a political opponent as what I had to go through. They raided my house in Florida. It was an illegal raid. I have a lawsuit that was doing very well. And when I became president, I said, I'm sort of suing myself. I don't know. How do you settle the lawsuit? I'll say, give me X dollars, right? And I don't know what to do with the lawsuit. It's a great lawsuit. And now I won. It sort of looks bad. I'm suing myself, right? So I don't know. But that was a lawsuit that was very strong, very powerful. They raided illegally my house in Florida, Mar-a-Lago. They went through the drawers of my young son. They went through all of the cabinets and drawers of the First Lady. She walked in, she said, wow, what happened? Because she's very meticulous, and this wasn't so meticulous. As she looked into the drawers and she saw everything a mess. It's what they did against a person that just got out of office. And then you look at these corrupt people. You look at Hunter Biden. You look at the signature. As an example, the Euro pen. I just signed so many different things. An admiral, a four-star general. I'm signing them left and right, the commissions. And by the way, I want to compliment John Thune and also Mike, our great speaker. But John Thune, all of a sudden I'm getting these things by the hundreds. I was getting one every 2 weeks. It would have been 4 years before you got them in more. You would have had some that didn't even get in, all because of Democrat obstruction. So John Thune did a great job. I must have signed 200 into the administration. We're just about caught up. It's amazing. And so compliments to John. He had to do some things that were very tough to do that he didn't want to do, but he was forced to do it by the Democrats. And as far as the shutdown's concerned, this is a Democrat Schumer shutdown. And he's trying to do it to get relevance back into the party because he's a loser. I've known him all his life. He's always been sort of a loser, but an intelligent one. But I think he's losing IQ points with time. I think that happens. I hope it hasn't happened with me. I know if it did, you guys will let me know about it very quickly.
Violent crime, sir. Here in D.C., a judge has given the two teenagers that beat up ex-Doge staffer Big Balls probation.
That's incredible.
And no jail time. Is this justice?
Jeanine Pirro is doing a fantastic job, and she is beside herself because you have these radical left judges that they beat the hell out of this guy. And there was many people against this one guy who was really trying to protect his girlfriend. He didn't want his hooded over the door but they really beat him up badly. That just happened, right? Wow, that's terrible. I think the judge should be ashamed of himself. That's a big problem. You know, they can do their job and then they go into a court and the people are protected by these, I don't know where they come from. Where do these people come from? Where do the judges come from? I want to compliment on behalf of Pam and Todd and all of us because, Cash, I think that Jeanine has done a fantastic job. And the case I heard was like flawless. It's a flawless case. They have them on tape. They have everything. And then a judge gives them a little probation. These are rough guys. And they're young. And if that happens, they're going to grow up. They're going to be real bad. They're going to cause a lot of problems. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Sergio Gora has just gotten back from India. What were the conversations like with Prime Minister Modi and the other?
I think they were great. He reported to me that he's a great man, you know. Modi is a great man. That he loves Trump. Now, I don't know if the word love, I don't want you to take that any different. I don't want to destroy his political career, okay? But you have to understand, I've watched India for years. It's an incredible country. And every single year you'd have a new leader. I mean, some would be in there for a few months. And this was year after year after year. And my friend has been there now for a long time. And he's assured me there will be no oil purchased from Russia. I don't know. Maybe that's a breaking story. Can I say that? Would you say? There will be no oil. He's not buying his oil from Russia. It started. You know, you can't do it immediately. It's a little bit of a process. But the process is going to be over with soon. And all we want from President Putin is stop this. Stop killing Ukrainians and stop killing Russians because he's killing a lot of Russians. Again, it doesn't make him look good. It's a war that he should have won in 1 week, and he's now going into his 4th year. That does not make this big so-called war machine look good. But he could make a settlement. We're willing to settle. I thought we had a deal. The hatred of the two leaders is
another trap.
It's an obstacle.
Sounds like another trap.
There's no question about it. But I thought we had a deal 2 months ago. Who would think I created peace in the Middle East and can't get the two guys to settle? But I think we'll get them. But if India doesn't buy oil, it makes it much easier. And they're not going to buy. They assured me they will. Within a short period of time, they will not be buying oil from Russia. And they'll go back to Russia after the war's over. Jennifer?
On the shutdown, sir, are FBI officials being paid right now? Are all the FBI employees being paid, and are all the...
Well, that's what I understand. I hope so.
Thanks to you, everybody. Thanks to your great work, Mr. President. The 1811 special agents at the FBI are going to receive their paychecks.
Got a lot of people paid, actually. We got the people that we want paid. Okay. And we want the FBI paid. We want the military paid. We got the people that we want paid. And I'll tell you, the Democrats, they don't talk about this. You know, we're getting rid of programs that we didn't like, but that were negotiated in, but we didn't like. We're terminating those programs, and they're going to be terminated on a permanent basis. And it's thousands of people, and it's billions of dollars. we're getting rid of a lot of things that we never wanted
Drain the
because
swamp,
of the fact
boss.
that they
Drain
made
the
the
swamp.
stupid
Drain it all,
move.
baby, drain
And they
it
don't want
all.
to talk about it. You know, they have their day coming up. I hear very few people are going to be there, by the way. But they have their day coming up, and they want to have their day in the sun. But they should really make a deal. So what we're doing, I mean, they call him Darth Vader, but he's actually a very nice person. Russell Vogt. But Russell Vogt is really terminating tremendous numbers of Democrat projects. There's not only jobs, I mean, the project in Manhattan, the project in New York, it's billions and billions of dollars that Schumer has worked 20 years to get. It's terminated. Tell him it's terminated, Jennifer. All right.
On Hamas, sir, what is your understanding of the pace of returning the deceased hostages? Are you pleased?
Well,
with
they're
that
looking
pace?
for them. Absolutely. They're looking. So we have the living hostages all back. They returned some more today. It's a gruesome process. I almost hate to talk about it. But they're digging. They're actually digging. There are areas where they're digging and they're finding a lot of bodies. Then they have to separate the bodies. You wouldn't believe this. And some of those bodies have been in there a long time. And some of them are under rubble. They have to remove
Who knows
rubble.
where the bodies are buried?
But there are graves, and some are in tunnels that died in tunnels that are way down under the earth, and the tunnels are like 3 feet. Can you believe it? 3 feet high.
underground
They
military
lived like
base.
this for a long period of time. It's a horrible atrocity. At the same time, we, meaning Israel, but I knew everything they were doing pretty much. I knew most of the things they were doing, but they've killed probably 70,000 of these people, Hamas. And I said, it's time now. So we'll see what happens. We'll also see what happens. Your next question is going to be the weapons. We want the weapons to be given up, sacrificed, and they've agreed to do it. Now they have to do it. And if they don't do it, we'll do it.
That we had the head of CENTCOM today suggest that Hamas needs to hurry up and disarm and follow your comprehensive plan.
Yeah.
That it was the head of CENTCOM saying that. Is that not a signal to Hamas, to the rest of the world, that at some point the U.S. military may more directly engage?
We won't need the U.S. military. We won't need it.
Why not just you?
Because we're very much involved in it. If we weren't involved, there wouldn't be peace. If we didn't destroy the nuclear capability of Iran, that deal would have never happened for two reasons. The Arab nations would not have felt bold enough to do it because you have a very powerful, at that time, Iran. It's not powerful anymore. Between what Israel and us did, because the attack was, if you look at it, we helped them very much. They will be the first to tell you, including shooting down thousands of drones that were coming into Israel. We shot them down. We were shooting them down like it was target practice, but we shot down thousands of drones and missiles also going into Israel. But between what we did to Iran that way with the, conventional, we will call it, and what see that beautiful plane, that B-2, I noticed it on the desk. I always thought it was beautiful, but I never understood it. Now I understand it. It took in hundreds of thousands of bombs in the form of two, but hundreds of thousands of pounds of bombs. And every single bomb hit perfectly. Then they sent Tomahawks in. They sent 30 Tomahawks on top of it. And that was totally, CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't as bad as Trump said, because I said obliterated. Obliterated is not a strong enough word, actually. And you saw the Atomic Energy Commission came out and said the word obliteration is very, very, think of it. They came in under potential fire. They entered Iran airspace late at night, in the dark, no moon. The moon was low for a reason. What time we picked it. Couldn't see anything. And they hit every target, and they weren't hit. Nobody saw that plane. That plane is stealth. Nobody saw it. The problem with that is it may be stealth today, but tomorrow it won't be. And we just ordered about 20 brand new B-2 bombers. It's unbelievable as a weapon. I know Putin, when I was riding with him in Alaska, we passed a lot of them. And he said, that really did the trick. I said, yeah, it did. It's amazing. The flying wing.
But you still see no reason for the U.S. military to get involved in Gaza?
No, I don't see that. No, I think we're going to handle it very well. We'll be helping Israel. But we have other countries that are now. We signed, many countries signed. And many of those countries relatively are very strong military powers. And Hamas has no support. See, Hamas had the support of Iran. And now Iran says, don't get us involved. The last time they got them involved didn't work out too well. So they used to have the support of Iran. Today, they're trying to survive. You know, when I heard the reports 2 weeks ago, Iran's looking to build a nuclear weapon, I said, don't worry about it. They got a lot of things they want to do before nuclear weapons. I said, the last thing they want to do is a nuclear weapon. It didn't work out. And if they did a nuclear weapon before they got even close, that site would be attacked and it would be wiped out. Yeah.
Mr. President, you're meeting with President Xi in a few weeks.
Yeah.
If you can't come to an agreement or a deal at that meeting, are we in for a sustained trade war with China?
Well, you're in one now. Look, we have 100% tariff. If we didn't have tariffs, we would be exposed as being a nothing. We would have no defense. You know, they've used tariffs on us, but we've never had anybody sitting in that chair that felt the need to do it. And they've allowed us to be $37 trillion in debt, et cetera, et cetera. Tariffs are a very important tool for our defense, for our national security. If we don't have tariffs, we're not going to have national security. As an example, if you look at Pakistan and Iran, I told them I was in the midst of negotiating a trade deal with Iran, and Pakistan was going to be in line. And because of tariffs, they all want to negotiate much differently. We're making a good deal. And then I heard that they're shooting at each other. And I said during one of my conversations, are you guys going to go to war? Two nuclear powers we are thinking about. I said, here's the deal. You go to war, I'm going to put a 200% tariff. I'm going to stop you from doing any business in the United States. I said it to both of them. Within 24 hours, the war ended. That would have been a nuclear war. And again, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, who was here 2 weeks ago, said that man saved many millions of lives in front of a whole group of people because he thought it was going to be war. But when it came to war or having to pay massive tariffs, the tariffs overrode. That's why it's so important. Not only the money, we're taking in trillions of dollars, not only the money, the power to keep peace, the power to be used for good is enormous. But a lot of people didn't understand tariffs. It's also made us very rich. We have a big case coming up in the Supreme Court, and I will tell you, that's one of the most important cases in the history of our country. Because if we don't win that case, we will be a weakened, troubled, financial mess for many, many years to come. I don't even know if survivable is a good term. And if we do, we're going to be the most powerful economic country in the world. And all we're doing is using them as a defense against what took place for many years. China would charge us tariffs. It was incredible, but we weren't allowed to charge. So we're allowed to do whatever we want. We just had presidents that didn't want to do it for whatever reason. And it was nothing. But of the 8 wars, I was saying 7, of the 8 wars, I would say tariffs are directly responsible for me ending 6 of them, 5 or 6. Without the tariffs, you have wars raging all over the world. With the tariffs, other than Russia, we have no wars out there. And we've made a lot of good friends, too. Tariffs are so important to our national security. If we don't have tariffs, we don't have national security. Our country would suffer a lot because they're used so strongly on us. As an example, the European Union, they won't take our cars, they won't take our agriculture, they won't take anything, but they send their cars in, Mercedes, BMW, Volkswagen, by the millions. We don't send any cars. They don't take them. They were tariffing us out. Agricultural products, they don't take our agriculture. They want their farmers to do it. I understand that. But it was very unfair, and they were tariffing our product. They're keeping out by using tariffs. And we didn't use them, but I used them. And now we made one of the great deals with your $650 billion they pay us. And we've evened it out. It's really a good thing to see. And you have to understand, they've all signed. Japan, South Korea. I mean, South Korea, $350 billion up front. Japan, $650 billion. And they've all agreed to it. They're all happy. But before, it was a total ripoff. And if we don't have the use of tariffs, We have no national security. This country will have no financial security, will not have national security. And the people that brought the lawsuit are people that are aligned with foreign nations that are now being treated fairly as opposed to just ripping us off and ripping us asunder. So, but if we are not allowed to use what other people use against us, there's no defense. It'll be a disaster for America. That's why I think I'm going to go to the Supreme Court to watch it. I've not done that, and I had some pretty big cases. I think it's one of the most important cases ever brought, because we will be defenseless against the world. Okay?
You'll go to the tariff case?
Did you have one? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask you about the Georgia Senate race. I know it's very early, but there's several Republicans in that field that are vying for your endorsement.
A lot of good people in that field.
Yes.
I know all of them, actually. I haven't made a decision on that, but you have some very good people in the Georgia Senate race.
Well, Governor has endorsed.
No, I know. The governor has, and he's spoken to me about it a lot. He likes that candidate a lot. And I understand that. I haven't made a decision yet. But I'm following that race very carefully. I think it's very important for Georgia to get a real senator, because the senator they have now is a horrible senator. He allows all the crime, all the borders. You have open borders. I mean, his whole philosophy is a disaster. That's not representative of the people of Georgia. I know the people of Georgia. I won Georgia 3 times, but they say twice. Okay, I won it very big the last time. And I won it big the first time. And I won it big the second time, but we had criminals that didn't allow. I mean, I hope they're going to go into that. I hope they go into the votes which are being stored in Fulton County and take a real look at those votes, okay? Because I won it the second time.
Roll.
But I know Georgia very well. I love Georgia. Those people are great, and they deserve a good senator, because the man they have now is a weak, ineffective person. Okay.
President, I wonder what you make. By the way, you won Georgia 3 times.
I agree. Do you agree with me?
I do.
He's the media.
For someone that
spends
a lot of time in Georgia, I believe you won that. Yeah, okay. I really have a question about.
You know, the word "believe" isn't strong enough, right?
Yeah,
you know.
There you go.
It's true. I know I won too. We have the great Newt Gingrich. Newt, you agree with us? Good. Otherwise, I'd have him dismissed immediately from the room. You know, his wife, as you know, is becoming an ambassador to a great country, Callista. So congratulations. And we're going to take a picture. And the only reason I'm doing it, he speaks so well of me. He said, I'll go down as the greatest president in history. And then he blew it. He said, I'm not sure if I put him above Washington or Lincoln. So I'm not that happy about that, dude.
I've got a question about the weaponization of the DOJ. The media often says your department is weaponizing the DOJ.
Yeah. That's the opposite.
It's the opposite. Todd, you represented President Trump and probably the greatest weaponization of the DOJ by Alvin Bragg. You know firsthand, if you can describe what you saw under the Biden administration and how they weaponized the DOJ.
Well, I mean, I think it's hard to describe what happened in those last 4 years against President Trump. Alvin Bragg, a local prosecutor, his office staffed by somebody from DOJ. Jack Smith picked as a special counselor, staffs his entire office with DOJ prosecutors. And then there are countless things that happened, all in writing, most of them on the docket, that require no explanation except a complete abomination of the place that the Attorney General and I run now and Director Patel. So when people talk about this department weaponizing, it's embarrassing. Because there's no scenario in which you can look at what we're doing, restoring justice, doing the right thing in every single case, and say that that's weaponization, and yet remain eerily silent about what happened for the past 3 years. I mean, you read these articles and giggle, because it cannot be true that people really think that what they did to him, not once, not twice, I'm still counting 3, 4, but we're the ones that are weaponizing. So this man is not weaponizing the Department of Justice. We're not weaponizing the Department of Justice. It's the opposite. I mean, and also, nobody questions what I'm saying because it's true, because we all lived the past 4 years. So listen.
They never want to bring up the details. But I watch the fake news, and he's weaponized. And he wants to send them to prison. He wants all this. They indicted me like 5 times. I took a mug shot. Who would have thought it turned out to my favor? Because it was a good shot. But I had to take a mug shot. It's right out there on the door. New York Post, front page of every paper in the world. I had a mug shot. They wanted to send me, nobody says that. They say, he's acting very, very tough. He's acting unfair. Let me tell you, if they've been nice to anybody, it's to those criminals, because they are so good having to do with all of the things we're talking about today with violent crime. But if anything, I think this Justice Department has been so respectful of the law, because the other Justice Department with Rita or Lisa and all of that scum, real scum, what they did to the political opponent of a guy that has a seriously low IQ. Now, in his case, it was low based on his career, but it got real low, okay? It was descending rapidly. But what they did to go after his political opponent is legendary, worse than any third world country, banana republic. And what we're doing is nothing. Are you kidding? Nothing. They write stories. Why aren't they doing this? And we'll leave. I don't have to leave it up to them, but I choose to at this moment. But there's never been anybody treated in the history of politics. You know, they say the two worst treated presidents by the media, etc., was that man right there, the late, great Abraham Lincoln, and this guy right there, Andrew Jackson. They say Andrew Jackson was treated terribly. They give him number 1 and number 2, but that was before I came along, Newt. I say I have number 1 times 10. Nobody's been treated like I've been treated. And I did a great job. You know, we had a great first term. And we had one of the most successful economies in history, et cetera. I rebuilt the military. We did a tremendous amount. The last part, we had a horrible thing called COVID, and we handled that well. We made ventilators for nations all over the world. We did a great job. Probably never get credit for it. Look at the therapeutics, the Regeneron, all the different things, the vaccines, all the things we did. We did a great job, but we had to focus on that. But we had the best economy in the history of our country. We're blown away. The stock market hit another all-time high today. That's 48 days out of the few days that I've served. 48 days have already hit record highs. And we have, maybe most importantly, the number, we have now, I was saying 17, it's over $18 trillion is being poured into our country. It's because of the election and because of tariffs. Without the tariffs, you wouldn't have probably 18 cents. It's because of the tariffs, because there are no tariffs if they build in our country. And they understand that. So we have medical companies coming over. We have the AI. We're dominating China in AI. Everybody said that's impossible. We're dominating. I'm letting these massive plants build their own electric generating plants. They're becoming utilities in addition to everything. Maybe they'll make more money with that. Who knows? But they're building their own electric because we have an old grid. You wouldn't be able to do that. And we're dominating China. We're dominating with AI, which seems to be the big thing. That's the new internet. That's the new whatever. So we're very happy with the job we're doing. I'm very happy with the job they're doing. But when you tell me about attacking a political opponent, there's never been, and I'm a legitimate opponent. I watch my son. He's got the #1 best-selling book now. My son, Eric, is a wonderful kid. That guy spent so much time with subpoenas. He got more subpoenas than anybody in the history of our country. Think of it. And he's an innocent, good boy. He's a good kid. He's always been a good kid. All of my children are good. They went through hell. My children went through federal grand juries on a hoax. Think of it. You have Adam Schiff and Hillary Clinton and others make up a hoax and then wanting to so they know it's a hoax, and they go before the press, say Donald Trump Jr. will go to jail because of what he's done with Russia. I'll never forget, I get a call from my son, Don, and he said, Dad, I'm being accused of something with Russia. I don't know anything about Russia. He didn't know anything about it. Think of it, how bad they are. They say he'll go to prison for the rest of his life. He knew nothing about it. On a hoax, the Russian hoax, Russia hoax, on a story that they made up. And they made it up in order to explain why Hillary Clinton lost an election that she lost by pretty good numbers. The second one, actually the second one was even better, but the third one, this one was too big to rig. It was just too big to rig. They would have rigged. They tried to rig it. But think of it. They want to send my children to jail, but they were after Don in particular. I'll never forget Adam Shifty Schiff, a total crooked guy, lying in Congress, making up a phone conversation that I have with you, totally made up. When he heard it was taped, he wanted to disappear. And Nancy Pelosi went crazy because they wanted to impeach me based on the conversation that was made up. When they heard the tape, everybody, I won it unanimously in the Republican Party. I got every single vote, something that never happens, and I beat it. But think of it, they want to put my son in jail for something that they made up. So they know they made it up. And they say he will serve the rest of his life in prison. These are sick, bad people. And don't tell me about us going after them. If anything, we've been very, very soft. I wouldn't be that soft, I'll tell you that. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's go.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Boom! Mic drop. Mic drop.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Why is hold on. There. Okay, that's what's going on.
And President Trump with FBI Director Kash Patel.
Crazy.
And
yeah.
Nice
Thank
mic
you.
drop at the end. Nice mic drop.
History books there for sure, huh?
Yeah, big numbers too. I love the crunching the numbers with Kash Patel and Pam Bondi, like all the arrests they're making, all the children that they're saying. I mean, this is incredible. and they're so what's the word? They're so transparent. I mean,
we've never seen before in history, man. Like we've never seen before in history. That's like they were talking about, oh, Elon Musk doing all this stuff nobody knows about. No, he had it right up on upload on Doge.com or Doge.org, whatever the website is. Actually, if you guys know what the website is where they put all the Doge reports, can you put that in the comments too? I can't remember the address right now off the top of my head. But yeah, the most transparent administration in history, literally a history of explaining so many different things. Again, the fact that the White House press could also interview Elon Musk. I know I'm not talking about kind of previous stuff, but the same concept, y'all never had an interview with George Soros or Bill Gates or all these little levers they were pulling behind the strings there with our puppet Biden and Obama and all this nonsense too. So it's just, it's a beautiful time to be alive, and it's so obvious the right and wrong and which side is good, which side is bad, and how blatantly and just how stupid it is that it's like just ready the memes, man. Hit them with the memes, and it's not our job, but we're gonna just put it right in everybody's faces. We're done with it. We've had enough of this ridicule. We've lost accounts. We've been shamed. We've been ridiculed. We've been right over and over and over again, and now we are literally the news. We are ahead of the news. I'm quite certain this shutdown is going to go longer than 61 days. This is how we spark humanity and awaken them. I was talking with my beautiful sister all through the night last night. We had a great laughs and stuff, but we were having a lot of triggerings of things we need to be doing. And I think this is the way forward, Tim, is following the Q jobs and the deltas. We are going to be ahead of the news, and we are literally the news. And we're going to be able to forecast what's coming ahead. We're not ever going to predict a date, but we're going to say this is probably coming next. And then when it does, and we've laid it out for people to understand, then they process it. This is how we shift, how we break out of that old school narrative.
How do you say shift? He just talked about pencil neck shift, and we were bringing up shift yesterday, the Delta. The Delta from yesterday.
Yeah, the 13th, right? The one Delta, Adam Shifty shift, knowingly.
Yep.
Knowingly, so anyways, breaking that mind control by actually us being ahead of the news, and then the news will break, and sure enough, it's exactly what we said, and then the news will try, the fake news will try to spin it in the fake narrative, and people already have actually heard what it is. Like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense, and we break them out of that 3D programming, and we shift to this 5D quantum, beautiful timeline that we're on here, where we're connected to our highest timeline. So it's beautiful. It's beautiful to watch it all play out.
Yeah, Jetty helping us out too with your request,
okay.
Kyle. So you can go to www. I think it's
Doge.com. Oh, and then there's an X account too. Let me go to those real quick. Show y'all where we can find that stuff. Oh, by the way, this is the article we didn't get it finished the other day. U.S. House condemns QAnon conspiracy theory. 17 Republicans vote no. This is from 2020, but I caught it later on. Look at the House actually voted 371 to 18 to reject the conspiracy theory. But that means it says 17 Republicans, but there was actually 18 that actually sided. Again, they didn't 17 Republicans that were basically in favor of the quote unquote QAnon, which means there's also one other one. So 17 plus one. So a little Q drop. I just wanted to add that before I go over to Doge here. So I think it was Doge. I can't see the comment right now. Is it .gov? Doge.gov?
Yeah, doge.gov/savings.
Okay, / even got the link for us. Thank you, Jedi, you rock star.
Thank
/savings.
There's a lot of other great comments in there too, you guys. Great job.
Okay.
They picked out some numbers that Trump fired out. We always love to hear those numbers. We usually convert them into Q drops. So we might have time to do a little bit of that.
Okay, so there's the Doge site, and then now she also mentioned the X account, X code. There's a Doge account on X too. I think they're even over on Instagram also, but I'll go to Doge. I'm pretty sure I'm following them. Here we go. It's just at Doge, Department of Government Efficiency. So you can get all the updates from them here. Make sure y'all follow them too. The people voted for major reform. Amen. 4.8 million. Somebody, I think it was Brittany just in this chat, said 48. I don't know if Trump said 48 or why she said that. I might have missed some of it.
Yeah, Trump said 48.
So let's see the latest from Doge here. Contracts update. This is from October 10th, 10/10. Over the last 5 days, agencies terminated and de-scoped. I'm not very familiar with that word, de-scoped. 108 wasteful contracts with a ceiling value of 5.8 billion and savings of 397 million. Again, just saving all the taxpayers all this money, cutting off all this waste, including a $3.1 million State Department education contract for, quote, Tanzania National Coordination Office Development. Who knows what that might actually even mean? And 46.5 thousand U.S. Agency for Global Media Lease, for office space for the Voice of America, East Asia, and Pacific Services. Sure is nice that we do all this thing for all these other countries that don't give a shit about us, turn their backs on us, screw us in trade, talk shit about us. All that time is long over. That is long over. 5.8 million HHS, is that the Health and Human Services training contract for organizational development, executive coaching, and leadership training. Probably could be good if they were actually doing that properly.
That was probably the DEI stuff embedded.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Yep. Again, which is lowering all of the never mind. Based on merit, let's get the good people in there. 44 million State Department contract for professional services in Doha, Qatar. So, anyways, that's Doge. Thank you for that. And then, of course, it was Doge.gov, and then the / there that we had was with /savings, but you can also just Doge.gov. Oh, we need to be on the screen here again with this stuff, but I'll stop sharing the screen. So, anyways, yeah, we're back. Anything else to add with all that, Tim? I'm a little drained, so we can keep rocking, or we can cover some of the deltas or whatever.
Maybe we'll just cover the deltas. There's some good ones. I'll let you pick out maybe a handful of them. We don't have to go cover them all. I know that in descending order, the last one is the juiciest one. That's the one I shared on our Qschqql Telegram channel this morning when I brought up all the deltas. But yeah, there's some good stuff in there for sure.
Okay. Said Jed, I got that word de-scoped again. I don't recognize certain things. De-scope means that some elements of a project have been strategically removed or reduced from the original plan. Okay. Makes sense of how the word sounded, but I just wasn't sure. And then Brittany said, Trump said 48. Trump actually said it. Okay. So thank you. Nice catch there. Let's go to Q drop 48 just for fun in case people don't know that one. That's one of the two Q drops with the Q clearance in it. Oh, I'm over on QAG here. I wanted to show this real quick. So we were just showing the deltas. So let me bring the deltas back up here. Again, fact checking. We got to fact check ourselves. Always a good process. So this is Q alerts. Q post 788. When we searched October 15th, it kind of misregistered the delta. So technically there's 14, but this is a bonus one because according to this image, it showed Donald Trump tweeting this on October 15th. You would assume that's probably 2016 going into the 2016 election. Hillary Clinton should have been prosecuted and should be in jail. Instead, she's running for president in what looks like a rigged election. The name of the image is Donald Trump tweet.jpg. And then Q said, thoughts of the current, in the kill brackets, current president of the United States, Q. But I went over to QAG, which of course then you can turn on all of Donald Trump's tweets. This is what QAG looks like, QAGG. .news or .pub, same place. I use .news, the one I know. If you go to feeds, you click on feeds, you can do all these different social medias from different people. But I selected Donald Trump, and then I always do his deleted ones too, just in case. And then you hit save at the very bottom. All right, so I already did that, and then I searched because I was wanting to double check again if this was a tweet for real and the date of it. So I was fact checking this if this was really Trump's tweet to just verify this. And so then I went over to Qschqql to do this, and I put up Trump's tweets, and then I put in. So I like to do this too. I don't put the whole sentence in there. I just did the very beginning of it. Hillary Clinton should, and sure enough, we actually wound up get 4 tweets about this. One though, this is July 6th, 2016. Hillary Clinton should ask why the Democrat polls in Atlantic City made all the wrong moves. Convention center, airport, and destroyed city. So here's the thing. Polls should have 2 L's in it. There's only one, and this is kind of how poll of 4chan is spelled, as P-O-L. It's like polls. Is that a reference to the chans prior to, again, Q being on 4chan? Interesting. Also, though, watch these decodes because it should be 2 L's. Usually you'll see Trump come back and actually delete one and then correct it with the correct spelling. These
Could that be a short form for politicians too, maybe?
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. Democrat politicians in Atlantic City made all the wrong moves. Okay, thank you, Tim, for that. The surface level there, and I was missing that. Ask why all the Democrat politicians, sure, in Atlantic City made all the wrong moves. Convention center, airport, and destroyed city. Okay. Now, though, Hillary Clinton should not be given. This is July 29th, 2016. Double 57 on the timestamp. Hillary Clinton, and that would be 10 p.m., so that'd be a 1:57:57. Hillary Clinton should not be given national security briefings, and that she is a loose cannon. Here's the funniest thing is people always misspell lose and loose, and me being OCD, attention to detail, it always just drives me nuts. But everybody misspells it. I feel like it's such a weird word in the English language and how the language and the pronunciation is that I think the majority of the time people actually spell it wrong. They always guess the wrong one. But this should be 2 O's. So there's actually a missing O in here. She is a loose cannon, is L-O-O-S-E. But he said she is a lose cannon. So this is a second one of the 4 Q jobs where Hillary Clinton should. Now, I didn't think about politics of this one. It could be shortened form of politics, but if it was polls, there's a missing L there. This one now is a missing O. It should be loose cannon with extraordinarily bad judgment and instincts. There's a missing in here. It should be instincts. So there's a missing. I think that's just an N missing, right? Instinct. No, is that even? I don't think that's how you spell instinct either. Is it instinct? I got to write it out. Instinct.
Yeah, missing N. Yeah, I believe so. Missing N.
NCT. Yeah. Okay. Just the missing N there. So missing O and an N. So on or no in there. And then because I'm thinking about this decode, we were just dealing with the L in the kill brackets, right, Tim, from the
Right.
guy. So now the next one, here's the one that was from that Q drop, October 15, 2016. So the date is right, 8/23/08 timestamp. Hillary Clinton should have been prosecuted and should be in jail. Instead, she's running for president in what looks like a rigged election. Talk about calling a shot there. Looks like there's no misspellings unless I'm missing something. Keep an eye out. And then one last one. October 10th, this is in 2019, so Trump is president now on this one, and he says, I think that crooked Hillary Clinton should enter the race to try and steal it away from uber-left Elizabeth Warren. Only one condition, usually it'd be comma there, that's kind of a weird sentence, you don't normally do a sentence like that. Only one condition, the crooked one must explain all of her high crimes and misdemeanors, including how and why she deleted 33,000 emails after getting C subpoena. This was making me think about this decode we did doing, Tim, because we did D class, and now there's the C in there, which is supposedly supposed to be marking classified, but Hillary was trying to claim she thought it meant confidential or something. I wish I could remember that better, but that's just interesting that these 4 Q tweets from Trump have some sort of either misspellings or some interesting things with them, and he didn't change and correct it. So I don't know. That's for the decoders, the autis anons, but this is just another feature of using QAG to find interesting things by being able to search Donald Trump's tweets. Again, there's other stuff, other people you can search in here too, but I know I've searched, if you try to turn on like Obama's tweets, they don't have all of his tweets like they do Trump's. I don't know why. So you can't see certain older tweets. I try to find that I Spy one on there. And so they only have like Obama's tweets starting in like, I don't know, 2017 or something. They don't have all the earlier stuff like.
That's funny because before you asked me before the show, I was thinking another title for today's show after listening to Dave X22 report last night. I was thinking I spy with my little FBI.
Oh, little FBI. I like that one. We're gonna use that one again sometime.
Yeah,
That's
because
nice. Spy with my little FBI.
Cash Patel, we just watched him with the
Yeah.
boss, and he's going to be on John Solomon at 6:00 tonight on Real America's Voice. So this I was thinking maybe we could use that for the title, but you know what? The trap is set, locked and loaded. Let's go.
Yep, and we can use that one soon. We can use it again soon, no doubt about it, for sure.
Mhm.
Okay, so let's head on over to the deltas then. Again, we just read the first one again from Q Alerts. Q Alerts. This is a bonus October 15th post, the 788. So there it was. I just read it. Hillary Clinton should have been prosecuted and should be in jail. Instead, she's running for president in what looks like a rigged election, which I've shown the tweets. Oh, I guess haven't shown this one in a few days. Let's bring it up again, straight from John Podesta. Actually, it's from Todd Mackler. I don't know how to pronounce that name. I'm assuming it's Todd Mackler. Let me make this bigger screen for myself. To Donna Brazil and John Podesta. This is straight from the WikiLeaks emails. Okay, this is one of Podesta emails. This is March 19th, 2016. Okay, so that tweet on here is October 15th, 2016. So what? Just short of 7 months prior, 4 days short of 7 months later. The dogs are loose, and there's loose in there. Oh, that's interesting. Now we just made that connection because it was loose cannon, but he misspelled it. Ooh, maybe it's a shout out from Trump in the quantum realm that he's going to have a Qschqql Q proof from the Future Proofs Past version here, I guess. Dogs are loose with the proper spelling. Hey, guys, as you can see from the subject, the dogs are loose. I repeat, the dogs are loose, which in English language, loose is Loose. 2 O's in loose. Many people will put lose and get that one always wrong. Anyways, loose dogs, guys, you know what to do from here. I'll be meeting with Soros later this week for some pre-programming of machines. They're freaking discussing this right out in the open, guys. We're also going to check out a Collective Soul concert. Never knew George was a fan, but he is, and so am I, so we're going. This isn't code or anything, wink, wink, so don't bother looking for the corresponding code. This just means we're actually going to see Collective Soul in concert. I just texted somebody this morning using the word corresponding, which is really odd. I don't hardly ever use that word. And that just some weird little connection there I just have to notice. And then more to come. But yeah, these machines will be humming in November, just like I'll be humming a few Collective Soul, I believe it's songs and stuff in there. So there's that right from the horse's mouth. And he says it right here. The thoughts of the current president of the United States, is instead she's running for president in what looks like a rigged election. So interesting connections with that. We got to use a little bit of QAG and Q Alerts for that little decode. Anything else to add on that one? And then we'll go to the John Solomon one, Tim.
No, keep firing away, brother.
Okay, we're gonna go ascending order. So John Solomon, which you were just we showed a little bit of earlier, and then now he's gonna be on interviewing Cash Patel today, October 15th. John Solomon. That's kind of in a way, a Q proof happens to be. There's, I don't know how many times John Solomon's in there, but he's not on a ton of jobs, and he happens to be on one the same day. He's gonna be interviewing Cash Patel after Cash Patel was just in the Oval Office with Trump. I don't know. Interesting connections there. So we go to this article. This is from October, the day before the article, October 14th, 2020, 7:48 on the timestamp. There's 48 again. I think this is, I always get confused if this is still Eastern time or if this is my time. If anybody can double check that. If it's my time, it would be, actually, it's even more tricky. I'm going to leave that alone. If y'all can figure out maybe what time that timestamp is, double check on your end. What Q drop number was this? It's the Delta 4867. Q drop 4867. 48 keeps popping up on us here too. So I think a lot of these Deltas will start with the number 48. Trump said 48 in the Oval Office. The timestamp on this one is 48 minutes. That's for sure. Don't know which hour for sure just yet. But from John Solomon reports, he says, breaking, Burisma official reported linked to Joe Biden met with state officials in 2016. Memos show. Just the news. That's John Solomon. So, of course, Joe Biden was saying he never met any of these Burisma people that hired his son, Hunter Biden, and gave him $50,000 a month and $1 million signing for basically having no talent and no background in running an energy board company.
Timestamp is 10:48 on mine.
10:48. Okay, yeah. All right. So this is Pacific time. All right. So then now I'll remember that for sure. Thank you for that double check there, Tim. And so let's check out the article then from Just the News on this. Scan it over, talking about essentially the highlight here is Biden basically said that he never Let's see. Okay, I got to do this real quick.
Two breaking news stories while you're digging that up. Back-to-back activist judges. We were just talking about them at the beginning of the show, and Trump actually live from the Oval Office was talking about these activist judges. 2 in a row on Gateway Pundit. Breaking: a Clinton judge blocks Trump admin from firing federal workers during the Schumer shutdown. And then we have another one here, says Cook County chief judge bans ICE and Border Patrol from making civil arrests of illegal aliens at Chicago courthouses.
Wow.
Like, you can't make this shit up.
Forward that over to Diggers, Tim, so I can bring it up and show people what you were just doing there.
I'll fire them both over there, yeah. Okay. And I got a nice little clip of Nancy Pelosi losing her shit there on the, you know, that one Q drop. They'll
Information
come
Act
when these
lawsuit.
people won't be able to walk down the street.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Let's do that for sure too. So here's this again from back. This was from 2020. This should be Vadim Pozarski's contacts with U.S. aid. There's U.S. aid bid coming up with Doge flagged for U.S. ambassador 2016. Burisma official reported linked to Joe Biden met with state officials in 2016. Memo show. Let's let it's only 1 minute 9 clip here for John Solomon. 17 spelled out is 109.
All right, folks, here at Just the News, we've got some brand new documents that we obtained under a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit with the help of our good friends at the Southeastern Legal Foundation. And here's what they show. While the rest of us were wondering in the summer of 2016 and paying attention to, was it going to be Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton as president? There was a company, and they're American lawyers here in Washington, called Burisma. Yep, the same Burisma that hired Hunter Biden on their board, the same Burisma that was under corruption investigation in Ukraine. What were they doing? They were trying to take the Ukrainian prosecutor in Kiev, who was about to close down the case, give Burisma a break, and bring him to the United States as a reward to meet with State Department and Justice Department officials, even to possibly intersect, I'm not making this up, with Hillary Clinton's campaign. That's what's in these new documents. They show a very aggressive effort to court the prosecutor who would eventually let Hunter Biden's company off the hook in Ukraine, and it was coming through Washington. You know what happened? The State Department stopped it because they didn't like what they saw. You can read it all on justthenews.com.
So that's all coming around this. What some of those deltas have been showing. We showed it a couple days back where Biden went to Council of Foreign Relations, Council of Foreign Assholes, and was doing his whole thing talking about, if you don't fire the prosecutor, you're not getting the $1 billion, that whole thing. And then all of a sudden Trump says we need to look into this scam impeachment of his Ukraine. It's a Ukraine impeachment because the Democrats, won the House in 2018 and desperately trying to get Trump out of power or hamstring him, impeached him on asking the question if there was any corruption involved when Biden said, hey, if you don't fire this prosecutor who's investigating my son on this energy company he has no background in, you're not going to get $1 billion, quid pro quo. And they tried to say Trump was quid pro quo. They changed the name because they figured Americans weren't smart enough to know what quid pro quo was. So they called it something else. Adam Shifty Schiff knowingly says a false transcript to Congress. That sounds like criminal activity. I don't know. And then here we are. So it's all panning out. And then Trump says, let's look into that whole thing. Have Congress look into that false impeachment. And then there's the Q job that says POTUS was only harmed on paper, meaning he was impeached on paper, the starting process, which was all votes were only from the Democrats, and then the Senate. I could be wrong. I think Mitt Romney is a senator.
They needed 60. They needed 60 in the House. They knew that.
Well, percent, and I think it's in the House. Though I think it's just a simple majority.
Or in the Senate,
51%. Yeah, the senators. He wasn't. That's the conviction. It wasn't even close.
Yeah.
And I think that's where a couple people like the freaking fake Republican, the rhino from Alaska, Murkowski. And Mitt Romney, has a son on an energy board in Ukraine also, all voted to convict Trump. But I think on the House side, it was only Democrats, if I'm not mistaken, that voted yes originally. But that could have been maybe where the yeses were. And then the Senate, it was only one party. So I in my interpretation, we read it yesterday. Let me find the Q job since we did it yesterday. How did it go? On paper. Let's do on paper. So I'll go over this tab. I just searched on paper. Sometimes I usually know enough words to find the jobs we're looking for. I guess it wasn't. Maybe it was one of the history books jobs. Oh, wait. How many Q jobs? Oh, 5 of them. On paper. Okay, it's the wrong one. So let's do history books again. We did history. It's history books. I think there was 16 history books drops. My internet must be kind of slow today. But let's see, where was it? History books, Otis, POTUS. I could have put that in there too. History books and POTUS would help me find it quicker. Here we go. Friend, let's see. The Anon said too, thanks for standing watch with us for a little while on this emotional night. We are with you. And POTUS, please pass it on to him. This was December 19th, late 2019. The Mueller special counsel scam, Russiagate scam failed. So then they initiated their part 2, which was impeaching Trump for, again, doing his job. So the Anon's saying they're watching on guard there. And Q responds, friend, patriot, hold your head up high. POTUS was not harmed in any way today other than on paper. It was. I must have missed that one. It was on paper. History books. Sometimes you must sacrifice yourself for the greater good. Quote, I will gladly take all those slings and arrows for you, end quote, POTUS. But even that can be undone now. And then the enormity of what is coming will shock the world, pray, Q. But even that can be undone. Makes me think now if Congress looks into this and it winds up being a totally sham scam and it was only one-sided of the party, which is not the intention of impeachment. Impeachment is supposed to be both parties are basically holding the president in check, the checks and balances, Congress, the judicial branch, Congress, and then the Congress is called legislative, judicial branch, and then the president is called the executive branch, which includes like your Department of Justice too, because they execute the laws. Congress passes the laws, the executive branch executes the laws, the judicial branch interprets the laws. Okay, 3 powers of government, all checks and balances over each other. So an impeachment is supposed to be both parties are saying the president did something wrong. We're in agreement with that. You need to be removed from office. But this was a one-sided political attack, which again, our framers never had that in mind. That wasn't the intention for the impeachment, was not to be used as some tool to hamstring a duly elected president of the United States because you don't like him or you don't like what he's doing. He's not doing anything unconstitutional. Okay, so there's that. Now I lost where I was. So I'm going back to Burisma. The Burisma Holdings executive who reportedly met with Joe Biden and his son Hunter in 2015 subsequently pitched the Obama administration's foreign aid agency for business a year later, even as the Ukrainian gas company, that's what Burisma is, remained under a cloud of corruption suspicion, according to State Department memos obtained by Just the News. So I think you kind of get the idea with that. Let's see here. U.S. aid officials, though, still involved with this crap. And I read that the other day, which was that Monday, I think, about Joe Biden, or I played the little clip that Vinny made for us about that was a U.S. aid grant, that $1 billion he was just wafting off to Ukraine to do God knows what there. November 2016 meeting between Burisma's Vadim Pozarsky and U.S. aid officials came as a Ukrainian gas firm where Hunter Biden worked as a highly compensated board member, was scrambling to settle corruption allegations in Ukraine before Donald Trump became president and Joe Biden left office. Okay, according to before became president and Joe Biden left office. Okay, I guess I would still be as the vice president. That's kind of weird when you think he left office then for Trump to come in from president. Oh man, what a scramble. Scramble indeed. According to the memos released under the Freedom of Information Act, Pozarsky's contact with U.S. aid officials was flagged on December 8th. Memo, U.S. Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch, then the top American diplomat in Ukraine, she prepared herself to meet with representatives of the Democratic firm named Blue Star Strategies that was leading Burisma's campaign to end the corruption probes in Ukraine. All right, so there's basically just that article. Nothing crazy there, but the point is that Biden lied about, meeting with this Burisma officials and stuff, and we have the documents to back it up. Anything else to add there? We'll go to the next Delta, Tim.
No, next one. Yeah, General Flynn. Here we go.
Okay, QDrop, and we get 4868 again too. Oh, let me pop on over and show QDrop 48. Like I said, I was going to QDrop 48 since it was mentioned by Trump, and now we get a lot of these. All these deltas, I think, are going to start with 48. Let's revisit QDrop 48 in case you haven't seen it. Although I did it just the other day, but we're with you. 1344 on the timestamp, or if that's PM, 1:44 PM, and 30 seconds. What is Q clearance? This is QDrop 48. What is Q clearance? What hint does that explicitly refer to? DOE, which we'll assume is Department of Energy, but interesting, Department of Education has certainly been much more in the news on this Trump admin version 2. Who would have the goods on uranium one? Does stating Q refer that person works in the Department of Energy? Q says no. Okay, so certainly people in the Department of Energy, as I've said, would have a Q clearance for handling nuclear technology, but it doesn't mean you're only at the Department of Energy, according to Q here. Does it refer that someone dropping such information has the highest level of security within all departments? Why is this relevant? So by this next question, you assume that answer would be yes. Okay, and then just to reiterate the Russia scam. In May of 2010, Barack Obama said Russia should be viewed as a friendly partner under Section 123, the Atomic Energy Act of 1954, after agreeing to a new nuclear weapons reduction deal and helping U.S. with Iran. Who is the enemy, Q asks? What is being continually stated by all Ds? Russia is what? Russia is the enemy, right? Russia, because they know Trump working with Russia and China ultimately and all these others is what's going to bring the end of the deep state. But in their projection artist specialists, they're going to point the finger at Trump and the other people about and accuse them of the things they've been doing. Just what Tim was saying, these narcissistic psychopaths use projection like an artwork. Okay, Russia is what Q is asking. For the Dems, they think they're the enemy. They still do. They think Putin's the bad guy. Freaking retards. What did the Russia reset really provide? That's a much deeper answer. I think that goes back to the Romanovs. I don't want to go into the detail on that one. I'm not as familiar with all that. Clearance/pathway to complete the uranium one deal, Q asks. Now, here's an interesting question. I always say pay attention when the next question seems so much different or totally out of the blue from the previous one. So we're talking about Barack Obama, nuclear deal, uranium one, and Russia. Now, all of a sudden, clearance and pathway to complete the uranium one deal. Now they ask, why is the Canadian Prime Minister so important? Interesting question to ask. And really, I think the main answer there is that we were funneling our uranium one. I believe uranium one, there's a company that's actually even based out of Canada. And then they were sending off the uranium one, which is supposed to be American, but it was manufactured or mined in Canada. And they were sending it off to Russia, to Iran, all these other countries that are our enemies. The Canadian Prime Minister did that. So is that treason against the United States? You know what I mean? I would say so. And then Q says they never thought they were going to lose. This time they say they. Normally they say they never thought she was going to lose. They never thought she was going to lose. And simple gematria is 379. Let's see what they is going to lose looks like on our gematrinator. Hop on over here for just a second. They never thought they were going to lose. A's 1, B's 2, C's 3. They never thought they never thought she would lose because this is a much bigger number, 468, which is a 16 also. Anyways, I don't want to get too distracted, but I was just showing that one there. So back to 48. Q drop 48 here. The rest of it, the calm before the storm. First, Q drop 38, and now Q drop 48 has the calm before the storm. I believe the calm before the storm in simple gematria is 198. Let's double check the math on that one. Calm before the storm. Oh, calm before without the is 198. Calm before the storm, 198. But the calm is 31. All right. There's that. So back that was Q drop 48. So now let's go back to the deltas. And so highlighting the 48 in here. So this is the second one, ascending order. So it looks like they're all going to be from October 15th of 2020. So a lot of jobs coming in on that day. Less than a month away from the 2020 election. We get something from General Flynn here. Does anybody know which platform this is? Is this that Parler that's gone? There's a P there, or is this?
Looks like Parler.
Okay, Parler and
Yep.
Okay. So General Flynn on Parler, if this is the real one, 44 minutes ago, 44,000 views. Interesting. Hashtag digital soldiers must fight on battlefields not of our choosing. Allowing tyranny to reign over liberty keeps us from breathing freedom's fresh air and informing our democracy of the grave threats our constitutional republic faces. Okay, especially when you're talking about censoring free speech, that kind of tyranny. Okay, forcing people to get an injection or lose their job, et cetera, et cetera. Right? Read, listen, understand, comprehend, and respond with facts and sound analysis. This is like the digital soldiers motto right here. That's why you started with hashtag digital soldiers. This is what we're here to do. Present information, sound, grounded information with facts and information, not statements and but facts. Okay, the fake news makes statements, not facts. We provide facts, not just statements. We provide facts and evidence. That is how digital soldiers fight back with the truth, guys. America is a constitutional republic where supreme power is held by we the people through our duly elected representatives and not any one media platform. Reminder, the shills hate this guy, General Flynn, the 17th General Defense Intelligence Agency. These are the kinds of things he says. He just recently tweeted, where we go one, we go all again, in addition to signing his books, that shit, in 2017. But give us some more of your weak-ass shit, shills. That's what we do in the Navy SEALs. Beat us up, we'll go, give us some more of that weak-ass shit. That demoralizes them. When they think they're hitting you with everything, you say, that ain't nothing. It ain't shit. Okay, ensure your vote counts. God bless America. Okay, PSA, public service announcement, there is the name of that image. And then Q just posted that with no commentary, nothing. Just a screenshot from General Flynn's. Oh, yeah, on Parler. It says there on Parler there, too. So, okay. So going cruising to the next Delta. This one's a New York Post article. Emails reveal Hunter Biden tried to cash in big with Chinese firm. Let's take a look at this one. So right from the New York Post, the one people that would actually show the Hunter Biden laptop story, even though all the evidence was there that it was real, they tried to tell you what you were seeing wasn't the truth. Okay, so
these guys, actually, the New York Post was the ones that came up with it initially, and they got banned for 2 weeks just prior to the election.
They got shut down too. Talking about silencing free speech. Nobody cared about free speech then, but all your liberal clowns lose their fucking shit if Jimmy Kimmel, who's on the Epstein Island flight list, right there front and center, no question about it. Oh my God, free speech. Oh my God, he's losing $40 million on a show. Who's funding that bogus bullshit propaganda narrative bullshit? Not funny, dumbass shit. I don't know, but we're going to find out. Okay. By the way, Jimmy Kimmel, right? Jimmy Kimmel, right on the Epstein Island flight logs to the island. Do your research. Hello, it's right there. Okay. Emails reveal how Hunter Biden tried to cash in big on behalf of family with Chinese firm. Okay, we also read those Q drops, which were Deltas a few days ago too, maybe even October 1st. What if China, through Hunter Biden +2, sold off basically the presidency for his father? Would China own the White House? Okay, in addition to the Ukrainian ones. There's Hunter here. Let's see, how long is this? 1 minute 22. So I'll just highlights. Let me go this. Let me see if there's any volumes. I'll just read it for you here. Okay, Hunter Biden's emails reveal, don't do that to me, reveal that he's tried to cash in on lucrative deals involving something which at the time was China's largest private energy company. Okay, that company, as I've already alluded to, discussed and agreed to the following remunerated packages. Okay, remunerated packages for 6 individuals, remunerated meaning money, how we're going to money launder this shit, okay? With pay listed at $850. Again, we basically have all these emails, him wheeling and dealing in the back end. Oh, there's the 10% for the big guy. Let's not miss this one. This is a big one. Get this thing out of my way here. Okay. So at the moment, there is a provisional agreement that the equity will be distributed as follows: 20 to H. Okay. Is that H? Is that Hillary, which are in some of the Q jobs?
No, that's Hunter. That's Hunter.
Oh, okay. Hunter. That makes sense. Okay. 20 for Hunter on this one. 20 for RW. I'm sure we'd probably be able to figure that out fairly easy.
It's in the article, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
20 for JG, 20 for TB, 20 for Tim.
That's Tony Bobulinski.
Bobulinski, yeah. This is who has Q clearance, speaking of which.
Yep.
Jim, and then 10 held by H, that's Hunter, for the big guy. Who's the big guy? Of course, the big guy's Joe Biden. There he is, wheeling, dealing. Remember, Trump just asked if there was any corruption with this, and they impeached Trump for it. That's the insanity we've been in. That's the fake rule of law, the lawfare we've been involved in. Nothing like the people that claim they believe in the rule of law while this is going on. They obviously don't care, or they've been brainwashed. Unfortunately, it's mostly been the latter for our retarded friends and family. Hunter Biden pursued lucrative deals involving China's largest private equity company, including one that he said would be interesting for me and my family. Of course it would. One email sent to Biden on May 13th, 2017, with the subject line "Expectations," included details of remuneration packages for 6 people involved in the unspecified business venture. Okay, we just basically showed that there. Biden was identified as chair/vice chair depending on agreement with this is that energy company from China, CEFC, an apparent reference to the former Shanghai-based conglomerate CEFC, China Energy Company. His pay was pegged at 850. Is that 850,000? And the email also noted that Hunter has some office expectations. He will elaborate, which probably be whores and coke and whores. Can't blame the guy. I mean, shit, whatever. In addition, the email outlined a provisional agreement under which 80% of the equity or shares in the new company would be split equally among 4 people whose initials correspond to the sender and 3 recipients, with H apparently being referring to Biden. This in case Hunter Biden. They're not, right there, Hunter. Okay. Oh, there it is. James Rob. Noan Sanan. Okay. 72,000. Hunter has some expectations. He will elaborate. James needs travel of 15,000 a month. Okay, gotta get paid to do your money laundering crimes. You need to be able to travel to do that. So I'm not paying for that shit if I'm a criminal. The deal also lists.
Wasn't that Hunter's brother, or not Hunter's brother, but Joe Biden's brother, James? Is it Jim?
Oh, Jim, maybe that could possibly. Who's got an island right next to Epstein Island, by the way? Who owns an island right next to Epstein Island? Neither Jim nor the big guy was identified further. The email's author, James Gillar, of the international consulting firm J2CR, also noted, I'm happy to raise any detail with Zhang if there is shortfalls. Zhang's apparent reference to Zhang Jing-Jun, the former executive director of this Chinese energy company. The email contained a trove of data that the owner of the computer repair shop in Delaware said was recovered from a MacBook Pro laptop that was dropped off in April of 2019 and never retrieved. The computer was seized by the FBI, and a copy of its contents made by the shop owner shared with the Post this week by former Mayor Rudy Giuliani. So there it is. There's some stuff with Biden, photos on his hard drive. That's not a bad one for him. He's got his clothes on. Kind of rare if you've looked at through his laptop. Usually isn't wearing many clothes. Usually has drugs and paraphernalia at his disposal and prostitutes and what? Again, whatever, But when you're the son of the freaking president of the United States and you're brokering, money laundering, and stealing wealth from the American people, that's a problem. You want to do that on your own time? Nobody cares. But you do it with the American taxpayers' dollars? That's a problem. That's a big problem. Could you imagine if Donald Trump Jr. was doing this shit? Could you imagine if there was a fucking laptop out there with Donald Trump Jr. smoking meth and fucking prostitutes and doing coke and underage children in the laptop and brokering deals with foreign countries? You think that they would be still standing and it wouldn't be a big deal? You're out of your fucking mind. Double standards. That's, again, what was that meme I showed? It was hypocrisy and double standards, the corner where the liberals live at. That's for sure. That's where they live. Another email sent by Biden. I don't know, I'm over this. $10 million a year. Let's see. You're getting all this money. You know the deal. An email reveals it's all the bullshit. Thank you, New York Post, for reporting on this. Y'all can find the link from this Q drop in there if you want to read that article. This is Q drop 4869, one of today's deltas. Okay, let me save this article for myself in the back end.
Yeah, it's got a lot of details in it. That's a really good good article.
That should be maybe some homework if you guys want to start educating yourself on what's coming next, because Trump literally asked Congress to look into this bogus impeachment, right? So that's going to be all involved with it. Again, we have all the facts and receipts, so make the memes, get some images from there, and make the memes and stuff, okay? Q drop 4870 now. October 15th, Delta again. We get a link from Fox News this time about Hunter Biden.
I think they zapped that one, but we'll try it.
Okay.
Oh, no, still there. Good.
I do have my ads allowed.
Joe Biden's son, Hunter, is emerging.
Okay, GOP. That's the Grand Old Party, by the way. Anybody knows that's the Republican. That's their initials, the Grand Old Party.
You should switch
Report
from Google
claims
to DuckDuckGo on all your devices. DuckDuckGo comes with a built-in.
Come on, man. Okay, GOP report claims Hunter Biden paid women linked to prostitution or human trafficking ring, which is pretty common. They go together hand in hand quite often. Is prostitution is unfortunately mixed in with the human trafficking. So Bud report also said it could not confirm allegations. Yeah, right. Let's see, this stupid ad's about to end. 2-1. Okay, what we got here? What's this guy's name, Tim?
Campaign.
Brett Barr.
We're learning new information tonight about his son Hunter is emerging as an issue in the presidential campaign. We're learning new information tonight about a Senate Republican investigation into the younger Biden. Chief Congressional Correspondent Mike Emanuel has details.
The 87-page report says in 2015, two senior State Department officials, George Kent and Amos Hochstein, raised concerns to Vice President Joe Biden's office and even with Biden personally about the perception of a conflict of interest regarding Hunter Biden's role on Burisma's board. Quote, despite the efforts of these individuals, their concerns appear to have fallen on deaf ears. And warning of the risk of undermining U.S. policy in Ukraine, quote, officials within the Obama administration ignored the glaring warning signs when the vice president's son joined the board of a company owned by a corrupt Ukrainian oligarch. Senate Republican Chairman Ron Johnson and Chuck Grassley led the report, and no Treasury records show potential criminal activity relating to transactions among and between Hunter Biden, his family, his associates, and foreign nationals. A key Senate Republican calls the findings extremely troubling.
There's been a lot done, a lot of interviews. There's a lot to see there, and this is very serious.
A spokesman for the Biden campaign says this is all about the election. Quote, an attack founded on a long disproven hardcore right-wing conspiracy theory that hinges on Senator Johnson himself being corrupt.
Booga, booga,
and that the
booga,
senator
booga.
has now
Conspiracy
explicitly
theory.
stated he's attempting to exploit to bail out Donald Trump's re-election campaign. The Senate Democratic leader blasted this probe.
Senators Grassley and Johnson should reimburse taxpayers for the money they wasted. The Johnson report should be relegated to the dustbin of history.
Senator Tom Cotton
Again,
says
they keep trying to tell you what your eyes are seeing is not real.
Yep. Incredible.
Reason to believe these practices would change if Joe Biden's in the White House.
For decades, Hunter Biden and Joe Biden's brother have been coasting off of his public office, earning millions of dollars from Chinese firms and Ukrainian oligarchs.
In a statement, the Trump campaign says this report is further evidence that if Joe Biden wins, China and many other foreign interests with a financial stake in the Biden family win too.
Yep, it's in the two Q drops. What if Biden, Hunter plus one, Hunter plus two, China and Ukraine?
Yep. We just had those. Just show those the other day. Maybe I'll show it again here real quick. Maybe.
Yep. Awesome.
You're playing. Okay. Let me bookmark that one too real quick. Put it in the Q study board. Got all of our articles now. Okay, so I'll just put in Hunter here. And we'll go descending order on this one to get the most recent stuff. Might have to take off the tweets if he's got a bunch. Let's see what groups of Ukraine. Why is Hunter not in jail? Let's go. Let's see. This is actually one of the later Q drops. 49.59. So this was after the big hiatus when Q came back. Okay. And what groups are financing Ukraine? Why are they financing Ukraine? Why was Hunter in Ukraine? What did Pop, that's Hunter Biden's dad, Joe Biden, Pop, a.k.a. the big guy, what did Pop threaten to withhold from Ukraine? That's the $1 billion loan guarantee. There it is, $1 billion. Who benefits? What did Pop receive in return? 10% of whatever this energy company was making on their investments. Why is Hunter not in jail? Great freaking question. Maybe because he's working with the White Hats now. Think blackmail, bribes, extortion, threats. This is your shadow government. This is how they operate. This is their primary modus operandi, MO. Blackmail, bribes, extortion, and threats. How do you control a leader? With blackmail, bribes, extortion, and threats. How do you control a country? By blackmailing the leader with blackmail, bribes, and extortion and threats. Are you ready to take back control, Anons? People of the United States and the world? Your vote matters. You have all the tools you need. Q. Sounds like 2026 stuff to me, Tim.
Oh, it does. Yeah. I just got some more Qschqql bumps over there. Yep. I'm feeling it.
Yep. So let me try to find these plus drops. Should be coming up soon. I know I searched Hunter and I got this other stuff up. Ooh, a deleted one. Questions about Hunter Biden and China. Here's Hunter with underage girls. There's blackmails and bribes again. Those who provided Hunter, this will be a delta in a couple days on the 18th. Those who provided Hunter with underage girls trafficked. Same people who also took the pictures, if you've ever seen his laptop, by the way. If large sums of money are being paid by foreign state actors to protected in powerful positions, U.S. politicians, there's that confirmation, Tim, politicians, POLS,
yep.
I'm getting chills. That was a shout out to that tweet I showed there with Hillary Clinton. So this connected the deltas. Would they want assurances the deal would be kept? Again, this is how criminal organized crime works, guys. If I'm paying off some druggy son of the president to make a back-end deal to get a cushy deal, I'm not going to just give all this money away to this asshole, assuming he's going to pay up with just in good intentions. No, I'm going to use bribes and blackmail, which are going to be all these pictures and having his laptop with all this shit on there. That's how these clowns got caught in the first place, with the Wiener laptop having all the shit on there. Because Huma Abedin, Hillary Clinton's horrible, evil, satanic right-hand woman or man or whatever they are, was married to Wiener, who was effing around with an underage child because these people can't help themselves. The laptop was riddled with all their crimes and shit because they blackmail people with that. That's how they keep control over people. All right, so let me read this again. If large sums of money are being paid by foreign state actors to protected in powerful positions, U.S. politicians, would they want assurances the deal would be kept? Yes, obviously. Bribes and blackmail, dark secrets, Q, right? This is how these people friggin' operate. All right, so now I'm still looking for that damn Hunter Plus drop. I thought it was near the end of 2020. I got too much stuff on here with this is a good one to go up to. Is this going to be a Delta? Oh, this is today's Delta, so I'm just going to hit it right now. October 15, Chanel Rion from OAN, America's One American News. Is she still on that station? Or
yeah, she is. Nope, okay. She is. Yeah, doing amazing work.
And she might be connected to a very important family. If y'all know about that, if you know, you know. Just saw for myself a behind-the-scenes look at the Hunter Biden hard drive. Drugs, underage obsessions, power deals. Druggy Hunter makes Anthony Weiner's down under selfie addiction look normal. Biden crime family has a lot of apologizing to do. So does big tech, because they said it wasn't real. And those 51 clowns in the intelligence agency that said it was Russian disinformation. Okay, clipboard image is the name of that one. And then there's the Twitter link. This is an Anon shared this one. Anon on 8kun here. October 15, 2020. Again, today's Delta. Anon's basically just says in text what she said in her tweet there. Q responds. How long did Q respond on this one? 4 minutes and 14 seconds later, 254 seconds later, Q says, quote, underage obsessions is a gentle way of putting it. Remember, it's just a conspiracy. That's why they're throwing everything they can at it, Q. And what this references to, Q says this, is they, the deep state cabal, whatever you want to call them, they've known that they're so sick and evil, their crimes so deep, dark, and deprived that most people would not believe it's even real, that it literally is in that conspiratorial realm. That's what a conspiracy is, though. People colluding in secret to conspire for illegal activity or some sort of overthrow of something, overthrowing the government. So that's what Q is saying. Underage obsessions is a gentle way of putting. There literally is pedophilia in that Hunter Biden laptop. Let's show everybody where you go to find this. It's on Marco Polo. I know I have it saved here, so let me see if it comes up as Marco Polo. This is .guru. What is this?
Yeah, this will blow a lot of people's minds if they haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. I have this bookmarked. Is this the thing I want? I might have to go to my bookmarks because it's not coming up right away. What's this here? All right, let me just go into my bookmarks. I don't know.
Do you want me to check in Qschqql too on Telegram for you? I could do that too.
I know I have this one. It's the Marco Polo. Dang it. Why am I not?
We do have it in the Qschqql channels on Telegram, you guys. Just type in.
Yeah, okay. Why don't you look for, if you can help me with that, Tim, because this one's not loading up right for some reason. Yep. And then where'd my bookmarks go? I thought it's on Marco Polo or something. Oh, there it is. Report on Hunter Biden laptop. I think I got it.
Got it? Okay.
Yep. Okay. So why does this look weird to me? Bring the screen up. It's on Substack. Marco Polo Substack. The opposition research. Type your email in. I feel like I've already done this. Oh, maybe later. You don't have to use your email if you don't want to. Okay, here it is. Yep. So Marco Polo 501c3.substack.com. I don't know if you just search this. It's Marco Polo. It's the report on the Biden laptop. There are, at the very least, 459 documented violations of state and federal laws and regulations on the infamous device. Okay, here's our what's it? Table of contents. Okay, for the past 13 months, Marco Polo has been writing a comprehensive report on the Biden laptop. This is from 2020, October of 2020. Okay, for the past 13 months, Marco Polo has been writing a comprehensive report on the Biden laptop and the crimes therein. Our motives and budget were transparent. Thousands of Americans financed its production. We neither sought nor received any institutional and corporate backing. We were delayed for various reasons, but finished the dossier for $35,000 under budget. At long last, the report is complete. It has been sent to members of the U.S. House and Senate, U.S. attorneys for the jurisdictions in which the Bidens and their associates committed crimes, state and local law enforcement, and for good measure, every contact on the Biden laptop, which includes all of Hunter's classmates at Arkhamir Academy, probably a CIA-owned and operated school, and a portion of the current White House staff. The report is simple but dense, 640 plus pages, 2,020 footnotes, broken up neatly into 7 sections, with the biggest focus being business-related crimes. We believe that is the deepest digital colonoscopy ever performed on a sitting U.S. first family. And again, they try to tell you these families are all good and everything's fine. They tell you the Trump family is terrible, but they can't get them with any real crime of any kind. I have a great article too about all the Biden family crimes and whatnot. But here's your table of contents: background, motive, timeline, the 4 families, business-related crimes, suspicious activity: China, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Romania, Mexico, Serbia, Libya. You didn't think they were just milking the U.S. taxpayer dollars from Ukraine money, right? Fuck that. Why don't we do China, Kazakhstan, Romania, Mexico, Serbia, Libya? Because guess what? We can get U.S. aid for these non-government assholes for all these things. Fuck, we need a couple $1 million to keep the fucking desert locusts down in Romania. Let's get a few more $1 million of the taxpayers' dollars. Fuck our American citizens homeless on the street. Fuck our homeless veterans who are committing suicide every single day. Let's give money to these rich assholes money laundering our hard-earned taxpayer dollars. If that doesn't piss you off, I don't know what's fucking wrong with you. Unreported income and gifts. Backdating financial documents, United States versus Galanis, not sure what that is, sex-related crimes, prostitution and human trafficking, non-consensual pornography, so he's filming sex acts without other people's knowledge, in the family, okay, that's probably him having sex with his dead brother's wife and other things like that, drug-related crimes, distribution and possession, operating motor vehicles, other narcotics-related crimes, influence peddling, okay, selection, accountability, non-federal jurisdictions, what must happen there too. So there's a lot of images and stuff on here too. I don't know if we show it around the show, but let me see if I can pick a page or something. For a second. Okay, this took me to a new tab. Oh, this is making you have to buy it. I feel like you used to be able to have access to that.
Try, I look at the bottom of Diggers. There's a link there, BidenLaptopMedia.com. Okay. It's embedded in that news article from Fox News back in the days.
So I'll go to Fox here first.
No, see the link up on top there?
Oh, okay. Before that one? Okay.
Website. Yeah. See if that website still works.
Oh, Biden Laptop Media. Okay.
Yeah. We'll see if it still works. It's
loading. Loading. Keep the doggies rolling.
Yeah, they might have converted it by now because this is going back. When was this? Yeah, this news article goes.
Yeah, it's not coming up. Let me come back over here. I didn't think you had to. I know I accessed this before, so I'm not sure. To get physical copies of the report, click here. To download the report as PDF, click below. So yeah, maybe click download. Maybe I have it on like my.
Show your page.
Oh yes, thank you, Tim. Oops, I thought I was.
Oh, you're reading the one I dropped. Sorry.
No, that's weird because it's showing on my side that I'm on, not on this screen. I don't know what's going on here. And now I just stopped sharing my screen. Something's bugging. It's bugging on us. We're getting bugging. It's buggy.
You shouldn't have clicked on that Biden laptop.
I know, that's actually like literally what it started here. Stop. There we go. Okay. I think Restream is just being a little strange here. Let me go back to the Biden thing. Marco Polo.
I gotta take off for about 5 minutes, brother.
Okay.
I gotta set up Matthew's dinner. Okay.
Okay, no problem. So I'll play around with this. I'll do some other deltas. Thank you, Tim, for all that you do, and tell Matthew we love him. Hopefully you guys having some good dinner, and we're gonna wrap it up here pretty soon too, guys. Too haven't got to check the comments. Y'all want to make it? I'll see if there's anything else that we want to try to bring up. I think if you click this, I feel like maybe I have it saved on a Google Drive or something too. So I think you can. I think you might be able to just download this without having to purchase it. I'm not completely sure. I feel like I did that before, but either way, lots of. I don't want to say good stuff in there. Lots of terrible stuff in there, but y'all can see the kind of things that these sick freaks are into. So there's that. All right, let's get back to the Q drops then. I'm on the island here for now, but it'll be all right. It'll be all right. I got my friends rooting me on, and y'all out there in the digital spaces too. So let's go back to the deltas. Okay, so this was Q drop 4870, the Fox News article, Hunter Biden GOP report claims prostitution. Did I read the rest of that article or did I pop out of there? I think I maybe didn't check out what was the rest of this one. Let me just scan real quick. I think we played the video. Brett Bayer. I think he gave a good synopsis of what that was about. Among the deluge, which is a storm type term, of explosive claims tucked inside the new Senate Republican report on Hunter Biden's business dealings. This is a good thing to check out. This link too, by the way. This details all the shit for you. As clear as day. Now it's taking me another Fox article. Where's the damn report, though? GOP-led committees release interim report on
When my
Biden.
hair started thinning, I wanted to attack the problem head on. I chose.
Let's see. The Senate Homeland Security Finance Committee on Wednesday released an interim report on their monitoring's joint investigation into Hunter Biden's role on the board of Ukrainian natural gas firm Burisma Holdings and his alleged extensive, complex financial transactions. Homeland Security Committee Chairman Ron Johnson, that's who Chuck Schumer was talking about, Republican for Wisconsin, and Finance Committee's Chuck Grassley, that's who, again, Chuck Schumer was referencing there in his little whatever his thing was he was saying, said their investigation has faced many obstacles from Democrats on their committees and that executive agencies failed to comply with document requests, probably because they're complicit in the crimes. What else would they failed to comply with congressional committee subpoenas on? Let's see. Romney slams Burisma Hunter Biden probe as a political exercise. There's Romney. Let's check out that Q drop. That's a really good one too. I'm gonna pop over here just for a second. The Q drop is let me see. I'm gonna do hint. I think if I even do it like this, I need to get off these. I get these Trump things off of here for a second. Get these Trump tweets out of here for a minute. Am I sharing the right thing? Okay, so I'm just going to do hint with the colon. There's actually 8 drops with hint after the colon. I was kind of surprised there's that many. So here it is. This is one I wanted. First come, first serve, the very last Q drop. So we have something from Grassley here. There is, that one is archived. Let's see what this link is. Yeah, it's 404. It's been 404 Grassley, but I think since QAG, we got the little file folder, we should have an archive of it. There it is. I'll pop over here. I don't wonder why this is gone for some reason. But this is July 20th, 2017. Rod Rosenstein there. Okay, what's this about? Dear Mr. Rosenstein, according to news reports during the 2016 presidential election, Ukrainian government officials tried to help Hillary Clinton and undermine Trump. How about that? They talk about Russia was supposedly trying to help Trump win the election. Looks like Ukraine was trying to help Hillary Clinton. Nobody talked about that. Okay, and did so by disseminating documents implicating a top Trump aide in corruption and suggested they were investigating the matter. Ukrainian officials also reportedly, quote, helped Clinton's allies research damaging information on Trump and his advisors. At the center of this plan was Alexandra Chalupa. Is that her actual name? Chalupa. Described by reports as a Ukrainian-American operative, sounds like CIA, who was consulting for the Democratic National Committee, that's the DNC, and reportedly met with Ukrainian officials during the presidential election for the express purpose of exposing alleged ties between then-candidate Donald Trump, Paul Manafort, and Russia. Got to spin the Russia narrative. There it is. These operatives in the DNC and Hillary Clinton campaign subverting democracy and trying to frame the president of the United States. Okay? And also trying to interfere in the 2016 election, front and center for y'all. Politico, one of these fake news clown operations, also reported on a Financial Times story that quoted a Ukrainian legislator, Serhiy Leshchenko, saying that Trump's candidacy caused Kiev, that's the capital of Ukraine, Kiev's wider political leadership to do something they would never have attempted before, intervene, however indirectly, in a U.S. election. Just like what's that guy? The line says on. He says that line from the movie 2000 Mules. He's like, if I believe Trump was a fascist Nazi, I might try to help people steal the election. This is their basically rationalization for interfering in a U.S. election. Kiev's wider political leadership that his Trump's candidacy is such a threat that it made Kiev's wider political leadership do something they would never have attempted before, which is intervene, however indirectly, in U.S. elections, aka interfering in our elections. Some foreign country assholes, because Trump candidacy, who knows? He's just terrible. He's just terrible. Here he is bringing peace on earth, helping America make money like we never have before, defending our borders. Reporting indicates that the Democratic National Committee of Assholes encouraged Chalupa to interface with Ukrainian embassy staff to arrange an interview in which Poroshenko, the president of Ukraine at the time, might discuss Manafort. This is Paul Manafort, the lawyer that was for Trump that they tried to use to pin against Trump, and then he turned on Trump and all this nonsense. They call him Trump's fixer, Paul Manafort. Okay, arrange an interview with Poroshenko, the president of Ukraine, might discuss Manafort's ties to Yana Yanovovich. Chalupa also met with these other assholes, Ukraine's ambassador to U.S., this another asshole, top aide, the Ukrainian ambassador, March 2016, shared her alleged concerns about Manafort. Reports state the purpose of their initial meeting was to organize a June reception at the embassy to promote Ukraine. However, another Ukrainian embassy official, this asshole, told Politico that Shular instructed him to assist Chalupa with research to connect Trump and Manafort and probably to the Russians. And the Russians, okay? It's all the same shit. They're framing the president. They're interfering in the election. They're creating a false narrative. Perhaps even consider that treason. Okay, Chalupa's actions appear to show that she was simultaneously working on behalf of a foreign government, Ukraine, and on behalf of the DNC and the Clinton campaign, those assholes, in an effort to influence not only U.S. voting population, but U.S. government officials. There you go. Crime at their finest. This is what these narcissistic projection assholes do best. They always blame the other people for the shit they're doing. It's called projection. Let's start paying attention to it. Think mirror. When these clowns tell you somebody's bad, they're probably good. When they're telling you somebody else is doing some kind of crimes, they're probably the ones doing it. Okay? Indeed, Telezenko recalled that Chalupa told him, these other assholes, if we can get enough information on Paul Manafort or Trump's involvement with Russia, she can get a hearing in Congress by September. That's September prior to the 2016 elections. They're going to just get a hearing on this bullshit just to make people doubt and not vote for Trump because he might be a quote-unquote Russian stooge. This is the length of depravity, of crime, of corruption they went to try to prevent Donald Trump from getting in the office. And you clowns that are shills that try to say he's a, Mossad, all this bullshit. Like, look at what they try to do to prevent him from getting in the office. You think this was all some kind of plan to trick the actual Anons who've done the research that found out that Trump's the good guy working with the Q operation? Get the fuck out of here. So there's multiple moves they were trying to do to try to prevent Trump from becoming president, really anybody besides themselves. And then again, don't forget, that's their quote unquote insurance policy. In the unlikely event Trump did win the presidency, this plan would be to use to freaking remove him by lawfare or charging him with treason. They're going to try to frame him with treason as well. That's how freaking crazy and psychopath all these motherfuckers are. So anyways, this is that article from on QDrop 3590, kind of all over the place. Hope y'all can stay with me. I know we're covering a lot of information. This is really important. So if anything, lock in right here. Read carefully. Reread carefully. Spy insert. The guy's name was Eric Ciamarella, which his last name starts with CIA. It's spelled CIA Marella. Eric Ciamarella. So spy insert known. This was, again, they inserted a known spy to basically become this quote-unquote whistleblower to start this false impeachment of Donald Trump. And this spy colluded and knew Adam Schiff already. Is this not treason? Knowingly? We'll have to check it out, okay? Spy insert Eric Ciamarella known. Reread drops regarding spy insert. So we should probably search this exact thing, the spy underscore insert. What do these people have in common? This is the really important thing here, guys. This shows both birds of the feather. Again, they always try to wrap Trump in there, but the Trump is the outsider. Trump is the true first independent party to win an election. All right. Pelosi's son, Nancy Pelosi, Democrat. John Kerry, Democrat's son. Mitt Romney, Republican, his son. Biden's son. What do all these people have in common? Anybody know? Hint, geolocation, Ukraine. Hint, energy. All of these assholes' sons work on energy boards in Ukraine. Is Ukraine really that special? It's that amazing that all these politicians' sons just go to Ukraine and work on these energy boards because the business is that good? Or is this money laundering at its finest? And again, Mitt Romney, this asshole, goes by Republican, yet he voted to convict Donald Trump in the impeachment on the Ukraine scam because all these fuckers are criminals and Donald Trump is the outsider. Have you not figured that shit out yet? That's why he's bringing peace on earth. These assholes want blood, death, and money. That's all they fucking care about. They don't care about you. They don't care about American citizens. They don't even fucking care about America. They want America to fall as long as they get rich in the process. Fuck these people. Coincidence? I don't think so. When George Soros calls, Democrat pussies always answer because they're fucking puppets. Nothing can stop what's coming. Nothing! They're all going down. You people think that if people are going to walk away from this shit, they committed treason. You're out of your fucking mind. You're watching the destruction of the old guard right before your very eyes. We got front row seats, and some of y'all are still fucking panicking out there. It's mind-boggling. It's fucking mind-boggling. We caught them. We caught them all. I don't know what the fuck you're watching. Right, Tim? Tell them, man.
I can't tell them like that, but yeah, I love it. yeah. I ordered my front row ticket back in March 17, 2020, brother. Yeah, never gave it up.
That's right.
Box seats, baby, box seats. I love
Box seats. So worth remembering. There it is, that prostitution there, Hunter Biden, GOP. We got all the reports right there. Maps it all out. Worth remembering, underage women, young girls, sexually exploited. Context for future. You think Q would drop that shit and then we're going to leave it alone? You think we're going to be like, oh, Trump says the Epstein files, that's a hoax, and he's just going to pretend he's going to sidestep that shit? You think Anons wouldn't hold Donald Trump accountable if he doesn't come around with the Epstein files? Trust me, it's coming. It's all coming down the pipe. All of it's coming, especially the people that harmed our fucking children. They've already been wiped out. We're playing a movie front and center for you guys to wake the fuck up. And the movie will continue until all of you say we're done with this shit. Cut the movie. Cut the lights. We're taking our power back. We're done with it. We're no more criminals in charge of telling us who and what the fuck we can do. These people are evil. Pure fucking evil. Period.
Amen. Amen, brother.
4871, which we get the 17 mirrored and the 48 in there on this one too.
I knew these deltas would get you fired up. I just had that feeling. And we're into overtime. I hope you guys.
I really did a time warp. I thought we were just at like under 3 hours. I thought it was like 2 hours and 40 minutes. I just looked. Something really weird is going on around here. There's been some weird time travel stuff.
You love what you're doing, brother. That's all it is.
I do. Yeah. That is true.
All passion. Yeah. Passion
National security. Oh, sorry. What was that?
Passion for the truth.
That's right. Thank you, brother. National security concerns regarding blackmail, gain control of Joe Biden by Russia, China, and or other foreign or domestic entities. U.S. intelligence apparatus reports clear and present danger. Clear and present danger. The United States of America is Joe Biden. That's straight from our military. You think we'd allow that asshole to all of a sudden be president? Get the fuck out of here. That's why it's the dash part of the operation. 45-47. It's not Biden. He's the auto pin. He's auto pin Joe. That's why we got his picture front and center on there with just the auto pin.
And the walkway. Yeah, the White House walkway. Yeah. I love it. Yeah.
I just saw it over on X too. I think I liked it too. It was super funny because they're like some clown was like, "Oh, these Republicans have this childhood humor." It's like it's not very funny when we find out the president wasn't even signing these executive orders. So we're gonna make fun of it like we are children because it's that fucking retarded. Y'all pretending like his health was perfectly fine and that never mind democracy. Here you go. Have Kamala Harris. Nobody voted for that bitch, but now she's going to be your president. Psych. The people spoke up real loud and clear on that one. Okay, here's a great one, though. Haven't you figured it out yet? This meme's great. This is on multiple, I think, memes, but here it is on 4872. Save this image here. Share the meme out. This one's always good. Haven't you figured it out yet? It's not about Trump's corruption. It's about making sure you don't find out about their corruption. Again, that's the projection.
Oh, I love it. This is where you got to go to Diggers for a second, because you got Nancy Pelosi there in the Q yellow dress, and go to Diggers and scroll up to the quick, short little. There's a little video clip.
Yep.
Congresswoman Pelosi, are you at all concerned that the new January 6th committee will find you liable for that day? Are you at all concerned about the new January 6th committee finding you liable for that day? Why did you refuse the National Guard on January 6th?
Shut up. I did not refuse the National Guard. The president didn't send it. Why are you coming here with Republican talking points as if you're a serious journalist?
The American people want to know. We still have questions. Thank you. Congresswoman Pelosi.
And he did send it, actually.
Are you at all concerned that the new January...
He sent a formal address saying we need to send in the National Guard. Absolutely did
talk about full-blown panic right there, though. I see how she just see how nasty they're getting right now.
Yeah, they don't like it when you bring the facts. You don't like it when they bring the facts right to your face, do you? I know I have this other really good drop here. I'm gonna scan my X. If you want to go ahead and share anything else on that, Tim, I should be able to find it pretty soon.
Just I enjoy it. I love it how they're all so like scrappy, ugly, swearing, cursing, and I mean you're swearing and cursing too, but you're doing it for the right reasons.
Right.
They're because they're trying to defend all their lies,
right?
And the Q has taught us this is all they know how to do is to lash out, call us racist, sexist, xenophobe, all the different ists right in the book, and that was a good example of that. She fires back at this reporter asking simple questions. I mean, what's wrong with asking questions?
What's wrong with that? Yeah, and they don't like it. They don't like it when the truth never has to hide. But when you got all this stuff to hide and you get asked simple questions, you panic like that. You turn into the other kind of panicking. There was just the stuff that came out recently. I feel like I saw it on X. If anybody can help me find it, it's Nancy Pelosi. There's the video of her right in the ride, and she's saying, this is our responsibility for not bringing in the National Guard. I just saw that somewhere. Was that maybe in Diggers from the other day? Did you share that one, Tim?
I'm not sure, but you can look up Pelosi's daughter, because I think it was Pelosi's daughter that was filming that.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought maybe I could just find one of my likes here. The hash. I'm trying to think of the hashtag. I know I just saw it. Of course, I would have liked it. So, you know what? I think I saved it. Hold on, let me check my bookmarks. On January 6th. There it is. Yes. Okay. Yes. Good job for me bookmarking this shit. All right. Check this out. She just said that she didn't do that, and I don't. We also have the formal. Donald Trump sent the formal proclamation saying you should bring the National Guard. We're gonna have 1 million plus MAGA right in one location.
10,000 of them.
Yeah, he wanted 10,000 National Guard there, right? Because there was 1 million plus expected MAGA Republicans there to make their voices patriotically heard, because we knew the election was stolen and bogus. We just did a freaking United States tour from state to state showing all the just troves and troves of evidence of election fraud, and the people are pissed off. They're saying there's 1 million people for these no kings, saying, yeah, right, these little pockets of people all over the state. There was 1 million people in one place supporting Donald Trump here. And he said, let's send in the National Guard. So Fletch 17, follow them. This is a real patriot here too. Fletch 17 is at real Fletch 17 on X. Well, what do we have here? Nancy admitting it was her fault. Since January 6, 2021, Nancy Pelosi spent 3+ years and nearly $20 million creating a narrative to blame Donald Trump. January 6, Pelosi admitted, I take responsibility. Treason, Fletch says. Treason. Let's check it out.
We have responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. This is ridiculous. You're going to ask me in the middle of the thing when they've already breached the inaugural stuff that should we call the Capitol Police? I mean the National Guard? Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
They thought that they had sufficient resources.
That is not a question of how they have. They don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more. We have
First time you'll ever hear Democrats say I take responsibility ever. Of course, they wouldn't say that normally on.
I have just a request, if you don't mind. Pull up Real America's Voice right now live. We can go 6 o'clock is dangerous with John Solomon and Kash Patel. Let's catch it live. And seeing we're in overtime right now.
Okay. What is it? Real America?
Real America's Voice.
Someone in the comments on Instagram said that's not Pelosi. I mean, it definitely is, unless you're talking about like an actor in that sense. But that's definitely Pelosi. I mean, but sure, yeah. Because why would they even film that shit right there? Why would that get out? I mean, if that doesn't let you know that the plan's perfectly going in place, then you're, hello.
Yeah.
So this will pop up. Let's go after the ad here. Okay.
Here we go. Let's rock and roll.
Good evening, America, and welcome to a very special Wednesday edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon. Yes, I'm in Washington, but we're not in our normal digs. That's why I say this is a special night. We're at the White House. That's right. And we're broadcasting live. Why? Because just a little while ago, President Trump and FBI Director Kash Patel and Attorney General Pam Bondi had a press conference, and they briefed America on the extraordinary results of a summer operation, unlike anything I've seen in the 30 years I've covered the FBI. 600 felons taken off the street. Hundreds of children rescued from unsafe or indentured servitude situations, thousands of guns taken up the street, a tripling of the number of foreign spies.
I lost the volume. Did you lose it too?
Yeah, I lost the volume. Yeah. Summer heat announces 8,000 plus arrests of dangerous criminals. You might have clicked. Maybe just click that little. There you go.
Take a watch.
It was kind of
the God who once dwelled among his people in this city still calls us, in the words of Scripture, the turn from evil and do good, to seek peace and pursue it. So he still whispers truth into the hills and knolls and valleys.
To me about this, John, is that you've got three patriots who care about the cities that probably didn't vote for them, and they want to see things cleaner. I loved that President Trump was leaning into the notion that, hey, if you've got dirty, crime-ridden cities and you've got a FIFA game coming to your city, guess what? We're going to rethink that if you're not going to let us come in and clean it up. So I thought that it was fantastic. I thought the FBI director, who is sitting to our left, I thought he did a fantastic job taking on an agency that a lot of folks lost a lot of trust in, and he is rebuilding it brick by brick.
He says it. He's let copy cops again, and that's why we're succeeding, and let's not waste any more time. Let's bring him in, our good friend, the director of the FBI, Kash Patel.
Hey, guys, it's so great to be with you at the White House.
Oh, it was an amazing day. I want to start. These numbers are extraordinary. You did a great job briefing everybody. I've been talking to a lot of law enforcement, and they say that you yourself put a very important strategy in place, and that was, if you want to bring crime down quickly, you go after the kingpins, all the big guys who've been left on the street, you work the top of the organizations, these crime groups, and then all of a sudden you disable them downstream. Talk a little bit about the strategy you brought in with the great team that you've had at the FBI.
Well, I'd love to be able to take credit for it, but I may have had one of the ideas, but there's two groups. There's one man who is responsible for Operation Summer Heat, and the architect is Deputy Director Dan Bongino. Yeah. He drew it up, he put out the mechanics, he went to the field, and he went 100% for these last 7 months. And the men and women of the FBI executed Deputy Director Bongino's Summer Heat operation. And Summer Heat, that's just a 3-month snapshot, by the way.
Yeah. Right.
That was only 3 months from June to September, so the numbers you just announced. We just released the numbers for the last 8 straight months of the FBI. And the number that people should take away more than anything as a result of this, because Summer Heat was our juggernaut that we used to kinetically operate in Memphis, in Chicago, in every major city, literally, in America. We have over 28,000 arrests year to date this year alone of violent offenders. 28,000.
That's amazing.
But just for people who don't know, to put that in perspective, last year to date, the Biden administration had 14,000.
Wow.
We're double.
Yeah.
We're double. And that's because the failed policies of the Biden administration allowed these criminals to come in.
Interesting
President Trump
number,
gave me and Dan an agenda to say you have to rid
28.
our cities of these violent criminals. And that's the top line number that matters more than anything. We could break the rest down.
Yeah, there's a chart you showed people today. It's a bell curve. You got the FBI last 4 years like this, and all of a sudden it goes just like that. It's remarkable.
Director, when you look at these blue cities where crime has become really an institutionalized infestation, these are Democrat-run cities, but when you go in and you clean it up, not only the crime, but also the drugs that are there, physically taking the drugs out of those cities. I can imagine that there are folks there who vote blue, moms, dads, grandmothers, grandfathers, who are very happy for what you are doing at the FBI. Talk to us about the reception from those folks.
Well, like President Trump says, we don't see cities as blue and red when it comes to law enforcement. You just can't. Every American deserves a safe community for their kids to grow up in. And so what we did was we went out and found cities like Memphis, who, by the way, had the highest per capita homicide rate in the country. And we went in at President Trump's direction, and Dan and I created a plan to go in there quietly and do what we call operating preparation of the environment, do the intelligence ground level collection with our state and local partners. And then we went into every single field office, 56 different field offices across this country, and did the exact same thing in places like Dallas and Houston and Los Angeles, where you saw us dismantle the rioters, and Portland, where we're getting after it. And what that leads to is numbers that are historic because the prior administration allowed so many criminals to flourish over 4 years. When you're taking down gang enterprises by the hundreds, when you're dismantling child sex abuse rings by the thousands, that is a massive influx of crime that had been allowed to flourish for far too long. And one of the numbers we're most proud of is our fight against fentanyl. We have made it a national priority because the president knows, and rightly so, has said it is a scourge that is killing over 100,000 people. So this year to date alone, we have seized over 1,900 kilograms of fentanyl. That is a 31% increase year to date from the Biden administration. And 1,900 kilograms of fentanyl is enough to kill 130 million Americans.
That's unbelievable.
A third of the country.
It's amazing. Yeah, that statistic when you said it in the Oval Office was just jaw-dropping to hear. There's one statistic I paid attention to because I've was a long time covering counterintelligence threats in this country. They went way up under Joe Biden because that border was there. More than a tripling of counterintelligence cases. You're getting bad foreigners with ill intent off of our soil. Tell us a little bit how you done it.
Yeah, so it's not just the crushing violent crime mission, it's a defending the homeland mission. They're both priorities, equally important. And to counterman not just the counterterrorism threat and the narco trafficking threat, which we've had historic results on, you got to go after the spies. And the spies are coming from Russia and the PRC and Iran. And in this calendar year alone, we have more than increased the number of arrests of spies by 35% on average for each country. What does that tell us? That means they were putting into place long-term plans in the Biden administration to go after and steal our secrets and sell our agricultural secrets and ship them back to mainland China and Russia and Iran and rob the American public not just of our ingenuity but of our precious resources. And we in this FBI went after them because President Trump made it a priority to go after national security and protect the homeland. And when you see that many spies running around this country, you have to ask yourself, why was that ever allowed to occur in the United States of America? But thank God for President Trump and this FBI and the men and women there that are going after it at historic levels. The numbers, the fake news will probably attack the numbers, but all that is you're attacking the men and women of the FBI. And so, they can do with it what they may, but those numbers don't lie.
Yeah, no, they're big.
Speaking of the men and women of law enforcement, we now know that Chicago, the city leadership, told local law enforcement to stand down and to not answer distress calls from ICE officials. How concerned are you that this is an epidemic? Because Portland seems like it's rife for this type of issue. Is it in other cities as well?
So I was in Chicago just last week on the ground, right there at our command center. And what I saw was the interagency with the FBI leading the charge, going after the violent criminals, going after them with Chicago PD. And here's the thing about Chicago PD. They want to do the work. It's their leadership that wants to get in their way and obstruct because they're playing politics with American people's lives. And the only person in government that's not playing politics with American people's lives is President Trump. He had the audacity and made the right decision to go into Chicago, the most bluest of blue cities maybe in all of America, because he doesn't care if it's blue or red. He knows it's when you have 1,200 people getting shot in a calendar year, that's way too many. When you have over 500 homicides in a calendar year, that's way too many. So he sent this in quietly, the FBI, months ago, and we reduced the number of homicides by 25% in just a few months we've been there. But that's just phase one. We now need the National Guard. We now need DHS. We now need our interagency partners to finish the job. And we're going to continue working with Chicago PD. There's nothing that mayor or governor can say that's going to turn that off.
I love that the president shouted that out, because a lot of people didn't know you went in months ago and that things were coming down because of that operation, which didn't brag about it. It just happened, and it's an amazing moment. I want to turn to something that the Democrats often try to deny and the media try to deny, and that's Antifa and these sort of radicalized groups that are aiming for our children in their minds. You made this a high priority effort. I've talked to a lot of people who say there's enormous progress, and one of the things I've learned in just my reporting, there seems to be a lot of connections to these radicalized groups, to nonprofit money, and maybe to some of those foreign enemies, some of those people you just mentioned in Iran and Venezuela and Russia. What are we learning, and what can you tell us about this threat?
So look, the thing I can tell you is that money doesn't lie. And the thing we're doing at the FBI is following the money. And thanks to President Trump, we now have Antifa designated, rightfully so, as a domestic terror organization. And we have had multiple investigations going on, not just in Portland, where we are mapping out the money, and we are using social media and the influencers that the president had here just this last week, because they're the ones on the ground getting us ground level intelligence, because law enforcement isn't able to enter these spaces, and these people are brave enough to do it. So we already have dozens of arrests of these individuals involved. But what we want to do is, as you pointed out, is someone is paying for this. These are organized acts of violence, fully funded by people who don't even live necessarily in these communities, showing up in dozens with the same placards, the same helmets, the same riot gear. Someone's paying for it, and we're on the verge of finding that out thanks to these new authorities.
Wow.
Yeah. Are you finding a substantial amount of crossover between Antifa groups and now what we are seeing as almost militant trans groups?
I think there's going to be some crossover for sure, but what that raises in my mind is a problem that I've been trying to tackle for a long time, which is social media is wildly out of control. I mean, our kids are allowed to go on these gaming platforms for fair purposes, gaming, but then unfortunately you have the child predators that go on these gaming platforms. You have Antifa that goes on these gaming platforms, and no one's overseeing them because our kids aren't monitored while they're on these platforms, and they're taking advantage of lawful use of these mechanisms to make basically an anarchist system that wants to take down the United States government. And that's why this threat is so real, and that's why we in this White House and this administration are so fervently tackling it with every resource we have at the FBI. We've created an entire new program and division dedicated to rooting out the money that is funding these operations, whether it's U.S. based or domestically, internationally. We're going to get there, and I think you're going to see even more crossover into these communities that you identified.
Yeah, it's amazing. Are our enemies taking advantage of these anarchist groups or using them as proxies to further destabilize our country? Do you see some foreign, like Cuba, Venezuela, Iran's involved with them?
Well, I think they were before President Trump sealed the border.
Yeah.
They were coming in by the thousands, these criminals, and they were taking advantage of America and our resources that are supposed to be for our citizens who are lawfully here. And so when you stop and seal the border, that's step one, like the president did. But now what you have to do is go clean up 4 years of the Biden administration's mess that has been allowed to embed themselves. They're not just there for a fleeting moment. They're living as your neighbors, and you don't even know it. And that's the thing we try to highlight when we talk about these crimes against children that people are doing. They are done by people, not just violent anarchists, but people who are in positions of power and are supposed to be protecting our youth. So there is a crossover of all of this, and that is why we are out there crushing violent crime and using Operation Summer Heat to do it.
It's huge.
I think that the militant trans issue really became familiar to the American people last month when Charlie Kirk was killed. I mean, you guys at breakneck speed found this guy, you identified him, you profiled the type of person that he would be, and that's incredible. Is there more evidence that you guys can offer to people, maybe video from that roof? Do you expect that there will be more to be released?
I think the best thing we can do for Charlie, especially me as FBI director and our team, is to prosecute this case in the courts of law, wherever it is, in Utah, in the state of court of law. And what we're going to do is what we've done. Give them every piece of evidence we collect. Our cellular analysis systems are the best in the world, and that's what the FBI does, and that's what we flew in and did. That's how we led the manhunt and got him in 33 short hours. And every single piece of video or forensic evidence or witness interview, we've done dozens and dozens, gone on these platforms, found every single person. All of that material, and I know this is frustrating to the public, and I understand it, but I'm not going to allow the Charlie Kirk prosecution to be dismantled because we want to get over our skis and publicize information. That is the one thing you cannot do. We will make everything public in court. It just takes time.
It does. Yeah, it always does in these cases. Is there any possibility that other people were involved? When you talked at the White House, I sort of got a little inkling that maybe you're looking at other people.
We're looking at everyone that was there, that was online, and we're looking to refer these matters to the state prosecution authorities when there's enough evidence. But the reality is, again, with social media, when you have hysterical conspiracy theories filling the void, you're harming Charlie and his family and a rightful prosecution of his alleged assassin, who we have in custody, and rightly so, in my opinion. And if anyone helped him, do you think that we at this FBI are literally going to let them get away with it? Us standing silent in the face of growing conspiracy theories, that's what we do to shut down a faulty prosecution. That's what we do to shut down a system of justice that wants to be exploited by these same anarchists. And that's what they're doing. They're bringing it to social media. They're bringing it online for clickbait, and we're not going to take it. We don't care what you say about me or Dan Bongino or anyone in leadership at the FBI. They're just going to keep doing the work.
There is such a stark difference between the last administration and this one. You had under Director Wray and under Joe Biden, you had folks like Catholics who attended Latin Mass, parents of school board meetings, lawful gun owners who were targeted by this administration. On the other hand, now we have a situation where you have a lot of political violence. Last administration, they didn't deserve it. This time around, though, are you guys taking a keen interest in investigating and placing a focus on that type of violence?
Absolutely. There's no type of violence that is going to be accepted by this FBI. But the difference between this FBI and the prior administration's FBI's is simple. We are not weaponized. We are not politicized. We are removing the fangs of weaponization. You saw what they did from everything between Russiagate and attacking Catholics and everything in between to leaking and spying on senators, unlawfully so. This FBI, under my leadership, has been more transparent than ever before. We have produced to Congress 4 times as many documents in 7 months than Comey and Wray did combined. And we're going to continue on that. My commitment to work with the American public is not just a transparency effort, but it's also to have accountability in the public forum, not just in the courts of law, to say these people corrupted our system of justice, and we're showing you how they do it, and we're showing it on everything from January 6th on.
I've talked to members of Congress and some staffers who said for the first time they're able to do real oversight of the FBI because you got them things in some cases that they were looking for like 7-8 years. I mean, they're pending for 7-8 years and you've got them there. What's the biggest surprise that you've learned since you've been in the FBI? What's the thing that surprised you most about now being its director?
I don't know. That's a tough one. I think maybe the men and women of the FBI I've known always wanted to do the work. The thing that surprised me the most is that their prior leadership allowed so many people who had a political motivation to operate a law enforcement agency. I knew there were some. Remember, I ran the Russiagate investigation.
Yeah, sure.
So I knew that there was a number of folks there. But I made a commitment to the American people and to President Trump when I got this job. We're gonna find them all. And I think there's more that we found in this FBI in these short 7 months than the American public ever even expected. And we've expelled all of them. Wow. And if there's anyone remaining that's doing a weaponization or politicization at the Bureau, they're going to be removed immediately.
Yeah. That I'm sure of.
We've known you a long time. We've had you on this show for a long time. We know you as extremely patriotic. When you have these tough days on the job, because you inherited a bear of a job, when you come across these tough days on the job, which I know is probably every day, is it transparency that keeps you going? Is it accountability? Is it a desire to see overhaul at the agency? What drives you?
It's all of the above. You know, when there's nothing that can prepare you to be the director of the FBI. I don't care what anyone says. There's no job or sequence of jobs that gets you ready for it. What you have to do is stick to what got you here in the first place. And for me, that was a mission of accountability, not just for the criminals in the streets and terrorists and drug traffickers that are harming our way of life, but the hypocrisy at the FBI had to be shattered from prior leadership because they would not look inward because they were the ones, some of which have now been charged, who are committing the most heinous crimes against the United States of America. And that's what the American public was ticked off at. So that motivates me more than anything else, to root out the corruption that was embedded into this FBI and restore the trust of this FBI. Past leaders talked about it and then did the opposite and embedded themselves in a system of corruption and lied and used the intelligence community and law enforcement to go after their enemies. And when they now come after us, like they did when one of the questions we had in the Oval was, well, what about weaponization of law enforcement? It is the utter height of hypocrisy for someone like James Comey and his band of miscreants to tell me and lecture me about how law enforcement should be when they are the ones that authored and penned the biggest criminal conspiracy in U.S. history, which was Russiagate.
Yeah, well, we now have Director Comey under indictment, so he's facing that accountability for the first time. I want to finish with something that obviously got a lot of attention. It got the attention because you found the records and your team got them to Congress. First were 8 or 9 members of Congress whose phone records were rifled through, and I know the FBI gets the blame for it, but actually it was Jack Smith's team that gets the subpoena and gets those. So the FBI is just doing its job. Today we also learned that there was an effort by the January 6th committee to get the FBI to take a whole bunch, I guess 30 million lines of phone records. I don't think the FBI did it, but it seems to me that Americans' phone records maybe didn't have a lot of protection during the Obama-Biden years. Are you looking at some new civil liberty protections to make sure there aren't abuses in the future?
Absolutely. We're working on a department. We've already implemented changes. We've already informed Congress. We won't be grabbing their cell phone records or their staffers' cell phone records for just a sense of weaponization. We're never going to be participating in any of that. And some of the reforms we've implemented on FISA and so many other corrupt institutions that were weaponized by the likes of Comey and Strzok and Page and so many others, we've ended that regime. And they hate us for it. And the mainstream media who bought into their conspiracy theories because they hated President Trump so much that they were willing to spread fake news, they're a part of the scheme too. And we're exposing every single one of them. So the good news about this FBI, it is mission focused. It is law enforcement first. And it doesn't matter if you're red or blue or in between or where you live. We are going to come in and root out not just criminality, but corruption in every single town in this country.
Do you have time for one more?
Please.
A lot of Americans, because of controversies of the last 10 years or so, are ready to be done with the ATF. They want to see it abolished, but I know your hands are full. Would you like to at least see that those responsibilities reabsorbed by the FBI?
So look, the ATF, we work hand in glove with these guys, and I was the acting director of the ATF for my first month on the job. They're awesome. They have a mission set that we must have in law enforcement, in the 1811 special agent community. And so they're doing their job. I understand, again, in the past, the ATF was weaponized, whether it was gun running under one of the former DOJ leaders, Holder, and all this other stuff, that people are rightfully so ticked off. But here's what President Trump's doing. He's putting in leaders to restore the trust and credibility by putting these folks, whether it's at FBI or ATF, out in the field and not in Washington, D.C., to chase criminals. And I think everyday Americans are seeing that. I mean, when you see these results that we've talked about, and in some that we haven't, 5,400 children that the FBI has found and identified, that's a 35% increase. 4 of the world's top 10 most wanted FBI fugitives captured in 7 months. 7 months. That's the same amount as Biden did in 4 years. I think the American public is seeing when you let law enforcement, the FBI, ATF, who have you, do their jobs, it doesn't matter where they're housed. The problem was the people that were running them.
Somewhere tonight, either watching the Oval Office press conference or the show tonight, there's a parent who has their kid back because you went and got them, your agents went and got them. That's an extraordinary thing to say because it doesn't happen very often. Last question. All the things that you've seen, all the weaponization you've uncovered since you came in and found these secret files or restricted files, all those things. Beyond those who are already charged, do you think you've seen other crimes that might eventually get referred to justice?
Yes, we are looking at so many different leads on criminal activity by those who are in positions of power. And we're not going to stop until every single one of those is fully exposed. The documents are provided either to Congress or the courts of law and make every referral we can into the Department of Justice. These indictments that you've seen and the ones that you're going to see coming up here in this near future are just the beginning. But I have to remind the audience one thing. Everybody's like, it's 7 months. What have you guys been doing? Well, they spent 20 years building this disease temple of corruption. It takes a little bit of time to defeat it and beat it down. And I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm asking you to look at the work the men and women of the FBI have done so far in these 7-8 months and just imagine what we're going to do come the year end.
The FBI looks a lot more like the one I covered 20, 30 years ago than the one I had to endure and cover the last 10 years. And that's a great credit to you, Director. There's no doubt about it. The President said it today. We know it's true. What an honor to have you on such a busy day. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much, guys.
Wow, what a great conversation. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick remark.
All right, we're coming back. We're going to wrap it up. Me and my brother Tim. Yeah, there's Cash. Yeah, 6 o'clock can be dangerous. That's Real American News. That was John Solomon, Cash Patel. What's the lady's name, Tim?
That's you put me on the spot.
I put you on the spot. Anyways,
it'll come to me. Just give me a sec.
No worries. But anyways, Real American News over there. If y'all want to check it out, lots of good information. Tim's always doing the rounds on all that stuff. Stay up to speed on everything. We brought you the daily news, some Q drops, other things that with the deltas and stuff
Amanda.
too.
Amanda.
Amanda, thank you there. And shout out to our beautiful MelzieKaye at home as well, too. Send her some love and prayers if you can.
Yeah.
Can't wait to have her back. It's not the same without
Prayers
her.
for her and Dozer. Yeah, prayers for her and Dozer for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And we love all the support from you guys as well, too. Make sure you hit like if you've been watching the Rumble. I know we've been going a long time here, but make sure y'all hit like over there wherever you're watching.
Yeah, this is our longest show. This is by far our longest
Our
daytime show, I think.
Daytime, I think, too. Yeah. So anyway.
Have we ever cracked 4 hours? I don't think we did.
I feel like we maybe did, but I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. We would do the Saturday nights. We go off the rails, but that was we only had one shot the week for the game. We had to get all our jollies in on that. So the day one's been a little better, but
yeah, we covered a lot today. Yeah, double cash day for us. That was awesome too because we're seeing the transparency. We're and Cash just hinted like there's more coming down the pike in the near future. So. Buckle up, enjoy the show. Get your
and that nod that they were in all these cities before it was announced. That's just like how this whole operation's gone for years and years. We've been saying that, all this stuff's already been done, and now it's being played out for us before. And the Q drops. We also knew that Trump had went to North Korea before that was done public, where he crossed the DMZ was the public demonstration of this for show. But Trump had already met with Kim Jong-un long before that. Anons knew before everybody because the shot through from Air Force One, a picture from Air Force One that somehow Q uploaded. What's it called? If you do a reverse image search, that image is anywhere on the internet. So the first is what do they call that? The something image, like a unique image upload. So a unique image upload that's never anywhere on the internet coming from the window of Air Force One. Q has had multiple of those. And one, the Anons could look at the mountain range and figure out that he must have maybe went to North Korea. And then there was other nods and stuff for that. And then a few months later, Trump meets Kim Jong-un in South Korea. Crosses the DMZ, the demilitarized zone, into North Korea. And lo and behold, he brokers peace there on his first term among all the different peace agreements he made on his first term. Now he's doing even better, bigger, longer, stronger on the second term. Trump admin V2. We got to look up those Q drops soon, too, the V2 ones.
Definitely,
and, bringing peace to the earth. Here we are.
Do me a favor, brother. Let's end Qschqql on the last delta of the day. It's a very powerful, good statement for everybody. It's been a long day, long Qschqql. Well worth it, though. I mean, we're seeing everything unfold before our very eyes. It's a beautiful time to be alive, and this Q drop basically explains a lot of it too. Why we're all here.
Okay, and I think somebody, one of my friends on the Instagram or one of those actually had done this post as well too. So, and it's one drop before the Q and Anons drop also too. One more bonus round here too. Would you like to send something else on over during the House Intelligence Committee hearing? Nothing can stop this Q. So I don't know who they were talking to there, but here's the rest of our deltas. Again, we had, was it 15 today? A plus one. So 15 today. Yep. Anyways, the very last one here. There's some more Hunter Biden stuff in here too. Check these deltas out when you get time. Okay, lots of good stuff in there. And then and we did the other one, the 121. Here it is, Q drop 4881. So there's no Q drops on October 16th of 2020 at least. We'll see if there's deltas from other years tomorrow. But Q drop 4881. And then, 488, and then it was not till 2 days later do we get Q drop 4881 on October 17th, 2020 about there is Q and there is Anons. There is no QAnon, but this is the drop right before that, 2 days prior. So let's check this one out. Q drop 4880. So we got the 88 in there. And which actually 4 plus 8 plus 8. Never mind, my math's off on that one. Okay, without you collectively, there would have been no way to bypass their control. They're talking to us this time, directly to the Anons on this one. They weren't about to repeat the mistakes of 2016. We talked about that, how Trump and Anons used the social media platforms to build a huge, massive following in the background. That's why they started censoring and all this stuff. Heading into 2020, we got some massive censorships, lots of lost accounts, removals, plus. Okay. You are what matters most. Anons, we the people, it has to be us that completes this plan. There's no other way it could have been done. It could not be done the other way, period. United, not divided. Remember, we just showed a Delta 2 of
Amen.
Booga, QAnon being talked about in the intelligence community. Like, should we ban these? Should we? These people still have their swag on Amazon. Oh my God, how dare they say united, not divided? It's this dangerous conspiracy theory. Bunch of retards. Idiots, okay? None of that is true. You awake. This is key, man. We've just read this one, a few similar things just like this. We read this on the radio show, this kind of thing too. You awake, thinking for yourself is their greatest fear. I'm going to say that one more time. It's that powerful. You awake thinking for yourself is their greatest fear. Welcome to the digital battlefield. Tim, where we go
There
on?
we go on. We go on. Yeah, what a way to end the show. I don't know if you want to slide Scotty Marr in there as icing on the cake. It's up to you, brother. But I don't know what his latest one. I haven't had a chance to follow Scotty Marr the last few days, but maybe you want to play that. If not, we can just say bye-bye, everybody. We're going to say bye anyway. We're going to see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place, 2:17 Eastern, Monday through Friday. What a show, brother. Great job, everybody. Thanks for joining us. I apologize about Qschqql Telegram. My computer froze not once but twice, so I shut it down. The thing's smoking. I need a new computer.
It's getting high. It's getting all high. It's all funky. No, it's anyways, y'all know where to find us on the other platforms. Thanks, Tim, for trying to stream over the Rumble there.
Trying, brother. I'm trying, but the technology just won't keep up with my pace. I don't know what it is, bro.
It's easy to get on Rumble. Just go to rumble.com, whether you're on a phone or computer. Get on over there. Hammer Time, Rapid Fire Q News. Got X
or the YouTube Facebook, or the YouTube channel.
YouTube also. That's all there to watch. So very easily.
That's right.
And then y'all can come hang out with us in the Telegram chats later on if you like as well. Okay.
Yeah.
So love everybody. I think we're just gonna wrap it up. No exit video. We're just gonna say our byes, and we'll be back tomorrow at 2:17 p.m. Eastern time.
Love you, brother. Love you, brothers and sisters in the chat. See you tomorrow. God bless you.
All right. Love. Thanks, guys. Appreciate y'all. Yeah. Another Qschqql down, October 15th, 2025. We'll be back tomorrow, 2:17 p.m.